That means we have to do a bean.
Hi, chat.
You pick cherry or lemon? I think I have a lot more lemon, so we'll do a lemon. Alright, I think it's cake time.
Everything is so scuffed.
Did I? No, you're all good. Set up still. You got time.
Inside me.
Damn. Wait, where are you? It says you're here, but I'm not seeing you. Yeah, you're here, but you're just all the way over there.
I gotta start like
Stand
exporting
next to me.
these.
There we go. I don't know why you're so far away. Do I smell bad?
No.
Hmm.
I was gonna say I smell bad, but I just had a shower, so.
No, you're no longer stinky. Alrighty, and let me grab your username. I've got to put the usernames back on my body as well.
Oh god, I gotta. Okay.
Where do you want to sit on the body, Synthetic? Trying to look front on. Oh, everyone comes. Here we go. We're back. You see now? Yup. You get to join the club. Where would you like to sit? You don't have to pick the chest region. Like, you can sit on my shoulder if you want. It can be anywhere. It doesn't have to be there. You can sit on the forehead as well. Totally up to you.
I'm having one of these renders.
There you go. Perched on the shoulder.
Day 3.
Alright, I'm gonna do the sour candy while you sit up, and then we can do our disgusting bean together.
I forgot my my title.
And you also get to do a tweet. You also get to do an unhinged tweet, Rabbit.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
Lemon.
My hear me out. I'll just make that my title. Whatever. Hi, Cat.
Yes, thank you so freaking much for $25. That is so generous. Thank you so much. Even though I have to suffer a bean boozle, which is not so nice. Oh, lemon. 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 Mmm.
You got this. I wish I had some candies.
Oh, yucky. Oh, yucky. Is Garrus not considered a hear me out? I like the evil other Garrus. I don't know what it's called. Because I've never played Mass Effect. I think there's another person that's from where Garrus is from, and they're evil, and I like them. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hopefully these are fine. Nope. Oh shit.
How you doing, B?
No, I'm doing okay. Yeah.
We're winning. I think I have all my characters now.
Okay. I still have 9, but I can think of some more. How many do you have?
We'll freeball it, don't worry about it. The more we go along, the more you'll be like, yeah. Lucky! Thank you for 15!
Oh my gosh.
Thank you!
Thank you.
Oh my god, thank you, thank you, thank you! That's so kind! Where would you like to sit? I've got so many names. got paid today? Yeah, it was my payday today too. One of the ears? That's a genius idea. You will absolutely get bucked around up there. That's so cute. Yeah, it's a genius spot. Do you want to go on the other one, Rabbit?
Okay. Got all my hear me outs as PNGs now. Just 1 second.
Alright, that's 2 beans we have to do as well.
Alright, who do I have to put on me? Rabbit?
Loki and Rabbit. Synthetic Rabbit and Loki Luck.
I'll just do Rabbit. Since the name might be a little too long.
You guys have to hold on for dear life up there. But thank you so much. You're almost halfway. We're $10 from halfway. Yeah.
Okay, Rabbit, I'll put you on my ear as well. There you go.
Yeah, and they thought the chest was a wild ride. I think the ears move way more. $10 away from $250. Crazy. And now we have to do some beans. I'm gonna let B catch up a bit, and then we'll do some bean spins, and then we'll set up for the cake, because I might switch screens and make the whiteboard full screen.
Oh lord.
Because my images are big.
Loki.
I'm gonna draw our own little. Loki. You didn't have to. You didn't have to do that. Loki, thank you. That's so kind. Now you also get to choose a tweet.
Oh,
If you guys don't have any tweets to come up with now, you guys can just wait and put them in the Discord if you want, and I'll post them whenever I get the chance to. So if you can't think of any now, feel free to put them in the Discord when you can think up something. Spoko ended one, and I have to give all my mortal Mountain Dews to Spoko from now on. Sucks. Yeah, that's me. That's me to click it. My clicky. Are you ready, B?
So to do what? What's going on? What's going on?
To spin the wheels.
Oh yeah. Never ready,
Yeah.
but I'll accept it.
Oh yeah, mentally not ready, but do you have the wheel?
How many do we have to do?
That's what I mean. 2. We're doing 2 wheel spins.
Is it not 3?
We can do 3, yeah, because like you did an extra 10.
That's
we'll do
what
3.
we agreed to.
So I hate my life.
Okay. I'll just do 3 back-to-backs.
Oh. Banana? Banana? Banana. I got a banana or wet dog.
Oh, I'm so
So do we want to do it and then roll again, or do we want to roll all of them and then eat them all?
Up to you.
I don't have enough water for this.
Oh yeah, I should go
That's
grab
for sure.
my monster.
I don't want to eat a wet dog. I work in a pet store. I know what those taste like.
So I'm unsure of which one is this one now.
You're hunting the bean down?
Yeah. I think this is buff. These look
Oh,
the exact
me.
same. No. Oh, that's... Oh, that one. That one has yellow on it. Okay, that's the strawberry. Alright.
Strawberry?
Are we doing them back-to-back, or are we doing...
Alright. We'll do first bean, and then we'll roll again for second bean after we eat this one.
Blab. We have to do 4 now.
No!
No.
Stop! Flap, no!
Okay, give me a second.
Oh no, it's evil. Oh, my bin's right next to me. I'm gonna put the bin on the table. Okay, if you guys don't like spitting noises or gagging noises, mute, because it's gonna get bad. I just know it. This bean smells bad. Okay, ready?
They all smell bad.
Are you ready?
Never, but yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
Banana.
It's the dead fish again.
Banana. I got banana.
That's the first one I've actually gagged at.
I heard what banana's really yummy.
Oh no. Like I had the dead fish last night, but this is terrible.
Right? My first burnt rubber was miserable, and then my second burnt rubber wasn't so bad.
Oh, synthetic rabbit that you
Alrighty.
This is your fault.
Don't blame them.
I'm getting through it. Don't worry. I got the mango local. Don't be sorry, it's okay.
Ooh, dead fish and mango loco.
Yeah.
Gross.
Okay.
I got cappuccino or liver and onions. I think that's the brown one.
Wait.
Yeah, that's the brown one. I haven't had this one yet. Both these seem bad.
It's stuck in my teeth.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
I'm sorry, I can't eat that rest. I just spat out like a little bit that was in my tooth.
You heard me the first few times. Yeah. I got this one. I'm doing cappuccino or liver and onions.
Oh, I thought we were doing the same.
What if I like liver and onions?
I'm doing burnt rubber. Okay. I might like burnt rubber. I am
No,
a
you
car
won't.
girly.
I promise you won't.
Okay, well, okay.
It stains you.
The liver and
Alright, you
onion
ready?
is terrible, by the way. It's not great.
Oh, it smells like dookie.
Okay.
All right,
I really like
3,
licorice, please.
2, 1.
Yeah, like to perfection and like. Alright.
Oh,
Oh no.
oh my god!
Because that's their department.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It coming out my nose! Oh my god! I can't eat with. I can't eat with. I can't eat with. I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh my god! I can't do this.
Yeah, no, I know that.
That's like the closest one to dog food.
Oh my god! I can do this.
Burnt rubber wasn't too
Banana.
bad. Yeah, it just
Nope. I can't. I
tastes
can't. I
like
can't.
what burnt rubber smells like. So it wasn't terrible. Honestly,
Why does it smell like poopy?
might give my brother that
Smells
one.
like poopy's nappy. Oh,
He'll-
and
he'll
the
also
onion is
taste the
trying to
burnt
go through my nose.
rubber.
Oh, it was going through my nose. Another one.
Oh,
Must be awful.
okay.
That
yuck.
one was your fault, Loki. Oh, yeah. No, I got old bandage. No.
Okay. The bandage is so bad. Don't.
Heaven above. I'm begging, please don't be an old bandage.
Oh,
I
I
think
got-
I'll start crying.
Okay. I got juicy pear booger.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Oh, that was pretty foul too.
No, that was the first one I had. It wasn't too bad.
Oh, I got the burps. This is
I'm
bad.
ready.
All right.
Bye then.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no. Wait. Oh no. You okay?
No, 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 no.
Oh,
Ew!
poor hubby.
Ew! Ew! Ew!
So I definitely got booger the other day.
Ew.
But the pear is terrible. I'm sorry. This is disgusting.
It could taste like the artificial bandage.
Hmm.
Ugh.
It's so accurate, but and it's not great. Hi, Maverick.
It's in the back of my throat. Hi, babe.
Oh, the bandage, it dried out my mouth, and it feels so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's so evil.
like
Oh my
after the
god.
bandage, your mouth feels itchy. I don't like it. Okay.
It's like, to me, it's like cotton bandagey. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, last one.
All right. Oh God.
I did not
Okay, hold on.
deserve that.
Oh God, hold on. Thank you for the hug.
Oh no! I have to do it again. No.
Oh no! I have to do this one again as well. God damn. Right.
I'll swap. I don't want the bandage.
You want to swap?
It's disgusting. No, I got it. I'll do it.
Okay.
This one. I'm gonna do this one. My everything hurts. That was so disgusting. This is gonna hurt. I'm gonna hate this. This is gonna be so gross.
I don't
You
wanna get
ready?
Honestly, I don't want pear. The book was better than the pear.
Yeah, the pear's pretty bad. I
Yeah.
thought so too, but I didn't know. I was like, did I eat the booger or did I eat the pear? And then I ate like the pear is like a toned down version of the booger. Is that what you got as well?
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I got the booger.
Heaven. Oh. Mhm. I got pomegranate.
Yeah, I prefer this over pear. I can't lie.
I got pomegranate. Oh,
It's still not
thank
good.
you.
It's still not
Thank
good.
you. I'm not suffering. It still has like this lingering taste of a bandage, but that was definitely not the bandage. Oh, I was just resetting that. There we go. Okay. I got too good. I got too good and too bad. You look like you're in agony.
My whole body's shaking.
How you
I can't
doing?
get through this.
Oh, I could see it on your model's face.
Stuck on my. I'm bald. It's stuck on my thing. I know me.
I know me.
I don't like
could
that.
see the suffering.
It was.
Ah, the
It was better
cone.
than the pear. It was better than the pear.
That was funny. I could see it on your face, just ah. Dude, I can't wait to upgrade my model to have that kind of tracking because everyone's gonna see me being disgusted. That was funny.
Alright.
Okay, I need to go grab some water. I'll be right back.
That's okay. Hi, Novi. How you doing? Hi, chat. Hi, Hosey's chat. I'm finally
Oh, I'm gonna
here.
play some ads.
Okay. Do I play some ads? Oh God. Oh no. Alright, I'll run some ads as well. Run it back. Run it back. Hi, how's his chat? I'm B. If you don't know me, suck it. No, I'm kidding. I'm nice, I promise. Don't worry. Okay. Sorry. I'm a bit furious after those beans. Loki. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, but those beans are terrible. We are doing a charity stream today and the rest of this week. not Friday, but tomorrow as well. There's a link to the Tiltify. You can donate to that. We are doing, we are donating, we are fundraising for VTuber SummerSlam, Gamers Outreach, what the what? To put go-karts in hospitals, not like actual go-karts. Go-karts are like gaming consoles on wheels with the screen. So for kids to help with their treatment, so they can game while in hospital. You want to play DVD, but maybe you should go sleep. Yeah, you should go sleep. You should go sleep. No, yeah, it's a really good cause, and if you guys want to fund towards that, you can. The link is there. It's the Tiltify one. The last one, I think. And they are in USD. Unfortunately, we couldn't figure out how to switch it. But yeah, the goals are $5. So this is per donation. $5 is for a Bean Boozle. $10 is a name on our model. So you put your name. We put your name on the model. Hosey's back. Hey.
Oh, that was gross.
$25 is choose what
Hey.
we eat.
They
$50.
didn't donate anymore, did they?
No.
Oh, thank God. I mean, you should donate more.
Yeah. What are we nearly at? 300?
We are at 255.
Okay,
So we have fast track into 300.
Uh,
Oh no, I have to drink pilk.
Yes! Get to 300, get to 300!
Don't do it, 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 don't
She's
do
never
it.
had pilk. I love pilk.
I'm a
Pilk is
pilk
great.
virgin still. I'm a pilk virgin. I don't. I could stay that way.
Oh my lord. Yeah, but at 300...
I want to stay that way.
Halsey drinks pilk, and I gotta do a league stream, so...
I don't know what's worse, pilk or league stream. I think you're beating me there. I think you're beating me. No blap. Don't blap. No blap. Do not.
I gotta put like I gotta get a notepad up to like write down what I need to do. Like who I need to... Yeah, so
Alrighty.
who has tweets that I need to do? I think Jai still needs to do my tweet.
Yep, I've only done Spokers, and then Rabbit has just said I'd post Oni.
Rabbit.
Just ONI.
Rabbit, what would you like
That's
me to
it.
tweet?
I have tweeted it.
And did Loki do that as well?
So Loki, I owe 1 to, and I owe Jai 1, I think.
Okay. So I need Jai, Rabbit, and Loki. Okay. What was that?
You're good, Loki.
Oh,
I think you're in the Discord, so
Who donated
if you come
100?
up with anything, you can put it in there. What's that?
Who's donated 100? I think there was someone who donated 100.
Oh, I thought you meant now.
No.
Oh,
No.
my heart dropped.
No.
Jai
Oh, God.
has done a total of 100.
Okay, so we gotta get Jai on the
Yeah,
hand.
Jai
writing
gets.
letter.
I've got I have all of the totals up here. So.
Yeah, I'm just writing this down.
Mhm.
In a notepad. Oh my
I'm gonna start the whiteboard.
Did you get a cake PNG? Because I have a cake PNG.
Oh, I was gonna draw one.
You want to draw a cake?
I thought it'd be funnier. We can do the PNG though. Oh, how does this work? I don't know how this works. Alright, I'm gonna
Beans be
switch to this
poppin',
screen.
For real? I can tweet that right now. Yeah, I'll tweet that. Oh, I forgot to... Shit. Hold on. Is there any of my mods in chat? Could you please pin this message? Please, thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me tweet this real quick. Beans be... Wait, no, that's not... I'm searching. God. Beans be poppin'. For real, for real.
I'm sorry for the flashbang little ones.
Model's so smiley, V. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, I have full 52 blend shape AR kit. Hellsy's gonna get it
Mhm.
soon.
One day.
I'm excited.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
And then I'll be way more smiley than I am.
Okay. So, rabbit. We don't need
What is
rabbit
this?
anymore.
Anonymous. Who's preying on my downfall anonymously?
Oh god.
What the hell?
Oh no. Anonymous 5. Hey.
Whoever did that,
Oh my god.
I'll find you. I'll find you.
We still have to do the bean because it is $5.
I'll find you. And I'll make it look like an accident. I gotta switch to the screen. Oops.
Okay.
This is the only screen I
don't.
have the wheel
Keep
on.
going, keep 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 going. Yes! Yes!
Oh, did you get the blueberry again?
Yes! It's my last one too.
I haven't had it yet. This is so. Please not burnt rubber. Please not burnt rubber. Please not burnt rubber. Please not burnt
It
rubber.
nearly
Please not
landed
burnt
on
rubber.
liver. Okay.
Oh, I got stinky socks of Tutti Frutti.
Okay, that one's not too bad.
The stinky socks it's bad, but it's not as bad as burnt rubber. Stinky. But thank you for the $5 from the anonymous. Thank you so much, whoever you are.
Okay, I'll switch to my
Rat.
game scene.
Okay, pink and rainbow. Not pink and rainbow. Like a white and rainbow? This one's the only one I have trouble finding. It's like a white with rainbow specks. Do I just not have any left? Oh no, this one's one. Okay, I got one. Are you ready?
Hold on.
I thought you were gonna tell me you're
Let me
ready.
switch back to my full. Let me switch back to my full cam. Sorry. Yep, I'm ready.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh,
Um,
I got blueberry before. This is toothpaste. This is no. Loki. Loki.
You're just bullying us now. I think
the
that was Tutti Frutti.
toothpaste is so good.
Blah.
No. Loki, what would you like us to tweet?
Thank you.
Wait, no, Loki.
Thank you, Loki.
Loki, what would you like me to tweet?
Oh. Another stupid bean.
For the game cards?
I
I have
can
no
do
idea.
an
It can be
IOU
anything.
tweet.
It can be anything. Just make
We
it
can-
reasonable.
We'll do an IOU tweet.
A what?
Ah, yeah. IOU. We'll do it later.
Okay,
So Loki has time to flink. That means we have to do another bean.
that's okay.
Does it feel okay?
I did booger
I
again.
think.
Fuck.
Can I? When is it? No, 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 no. Whew. No burnt rubber today, bestie. But I did get stink bug.
The bean is
Or
the one
marshmallow.
It's okay. The bean comes with it. So.
White and brown because that's such an appetizing color.
Very. There's one that's like white with green specks, and I can't tell which one that one's meant to be.
There's a white with green specks one.
It might be booger, but I don't know why it's.
Oh yeah. I've seen that one. I don't know what it is, and I'm not biting it to find out. I think that it might be the Tutti Frutti.
It's a lot of green.
What is that cake being cheese?
It's a beach cake.
Oh, that makes sense. I was like, do I have to go get a
Also,
goth
the canvas
cake?
is so big.
Yeah, how do I zoom out of it? Oh, like that. Oh! I've never used this.
Why is it on my what the why won't let me select it now? Oh, you're selecting
'Cause
it.
I stole it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But it's
Alright, are you ready to eat this bean?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's fucking booger again. And it's even worse this time.
Woo! I'm winning! That's a good marshmallow, actually. That's a really good marshmallow.
Oh no.
Hmm.
Oh no.
I think I just got 2 good ones.
Is this a good?
What are you doing to that image?
I'm making it bigger.
Oh, make the canvas more wider.
I can't. I don't know how to do that.
Oh. What did you do to the canvas?
Is it like an A4 size for you?
Yeah. How'd you change it?
I didn't change it. Oh my god.
Wait, let me... Nope, never mind. Oh, I saw it changed.
No.
I don't know. Oh, huh?
Hi, Carp.
I got 2 good ones there, so I'm happy.
I'll make it a little bigger. We'll make it like that big. Is that fine? If it doesn't fit on the cake, we can just put it around the cake, okay?
Yeah. Well, that's why I was like, I just want the whole board to be a canvas.
I mean, like you can,
Oh, well.
we can make it like, you know, like fucking, like, like this big, and then just have it like down here. But it's up to you. We'll do like that. Is that
Yeah,
fine?
we'll leave it there.
Okay. 1 second.
No, I might shrink it. We'll just... like that, maybe.
Sure.
Okay. Wish this could be moved. Can this be moved? This cannot be moved.
Oh, where did I put it? Oh god, everything is going wrong all at once.
Alright, do you want to go first?
Okay, 1 sec. Wait. Alright. I'm going first? I'm going first? Oh god. Okay.
Yeah, you can go first.
Oh, actually, let me do... Oh, no, let me do window capture. Oh god. Hold on. Just so I'm not opening up my files on stream.
At this rate, not a single game of DBD will be played.
That's fine. We need variety. Alright. This... Okay. I had an order, but I'm not gonna... Don't worry about it now. Okay, it's fine. It'll
Just
be
slap
an
it on the
order.
screen and we'll go
Yeah.
from there.
Alright. So this is the one with the horns. That it's not really a hear me out, it's more like a hold me back. Alice Angel. Bending the Ink Machine.
Oh, I haven't. Hey, mine are not this fancy. I didn't put mine on sticks. I just have PNGs of them. Yours is so nice. You even have a name.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of. Actually, I did see Bendy come up a few times, and I'm like, Bendy's okay. Bendy's okay.
Bendy's not a hear me out. Oh no, Bendy isn't a hear me out because he's cute, but the Ink Demon, understandable. Okay.
We've talked about it, but like we've never done it because we're not stupid.
I'm gonna judge hard. Oh god, come on. This is the first one.
We just don't want to kill anybody. Like shit.
Ink Demon, I guess.
This,
Yeah, this makes sense.
That's why I was saying that.
Look, I included a name. Who's that? That is Thomas Hewitt from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre reboot 2003 and the 2006 one. Not Bubba. Different. Not Bubba. Not infant-minded murderer. This is different. This is hotter. This is better. This is better. This is nicer. This is better, okay? You know, I've not played Bendy and the Ink Machine yet. Hi, Ray! Hi, Vala!
Right.
Exactly right.
My nephew's obsessed with it.
It's good. Alright. Are you ready for the next one?
Yep.
Do I do a tame one or do I... Okay, I'll get this one out of the way. This one's obvious. This one's pretty obvious. You know, I had it on stream for the longest time. Like,
Yeah. Felt like that one was a little obvious. If I do play the FNAF series, I'm gonna make that outfit.
this is not... hear me out that much, but it's like, yo, she's a robot furry.
I feel like we definitely need to. We're gonna run out of cake space if we don't.
I mean, we can go from back to front. Oh my god, everything is here. Oh my god.
There you go. Now we have enough cake space.
Alright.
Yeah, no, Roxy is a given. I don't even remember what the other. Oh, I remember what the Gator animatronic looked like because people were thirsty for the Gator as well.
Montgomery Gator.
Cake gonna be larger? Yeah, okay. The cake is bigger now. Are we happy? You with Thomas? Ah, Hewitt. My man Hewitt.
Oh my lord.
And when he picks the guys up and he puts them on his shoulder.
I've never seen.
Oh,
I think I've only seen the first.
I wish it was me. I wish it was me. Yeah, everybody knows the other Bubba, and I'm tired of it. There's better. All right. My next one. Fuck it.
Oh my god. I'm preparing. Oh god, what is that? Kelsey? Is that fucking? Is that this fucking Santa Claus? Oh my god.
I have tried to explain this one so many times to you people, and you don't get it. You don't get it.
I'm starting to see
I
a
need
theme here. I'm
Santa.
starting to see a theme.
No kidding. No kidding.
Did you pin that donate? They can, oh, Car. Someone has to do that. I'm so sorry. I did ask someone to pin it, but I don't think there's anyone. It's okay.
Hey, I got it.
But
It'll
there is
be
no
that
legal
one. Oops. Yeah.
I didn't hear. It's okay. It's okay. That. Halsey, I get you now.
That Santa specifically, I have tried to have this conversation. I know he's not crazy. I know he's very generic looking, but it's the fact that he's Santa. People get weird when I say I like the Santa from. Is it Guardians of the? It's not Guardians of the Galaxy. That's the wrong one. It's Guardians of the something. What is it? Guardians. What's the movie called that has the Santa in it? Someone help me. It's Guardians. It's with the Tooth Fairy and the.
Oh.
The Tooth Fairy's also incredibly hot. Like, the Tooth Fairy's very hot. Guardians of the Globe? No. Rise of the Guardians. Yeah, that's it.
Rise of the Guardians?
Yeah, every time I say Santa, everybody goes, Halsey. And I'm like, no, not that Santa. This Santa. This Santa. With the tattoos, with the naughty and the nice tattoos. This Santa. This one.
Is it not
This
this
one.
Santa? That's Rise of the Guardians.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, this Santa. This is the Santa I'm trying to say. When I
Yeah,
say
remember
Santa,
Jack
people
Frost,
assume I mean like a normal Santa, and I'm like, no.
I
It's a
remember that
better
movie.
Santa. To be fair, all the characters are hot, but this one? Yeah, this one. This one. Alright. Your turn.
Okay. Oh my
What's up?
lord.
What's up, Clark? What's up?
Okay.
Like, and I told him September.
I'll get this one out of the way. I'll get this one out of the way. All right. Yeah. It's just, you know.
You sneak because I was gonna put you on here. And I was like, no, I won't do that because I know it'll put you in an awkward situation. We idiots think alike. Literally, I was like, oh, do I put B on the cake? No, I won't put B on the cake because then people put me on the cake.
Halsey, you have
Couldn't have
mentioned
gotten a better photo?
a better photo. I took this photo myself. My bad. I'm good.
Why is my mouth hanging open? I'm catching flies.
Oh, you want me to like put some Yuri up there?
We could kiss. Just saying.
I don't have anything saved. My bad.
My god. I should have expected it. I don't know if Chubbs is here, but this one is also Chubbs' fault. Two of these are Chubbs' fault.
Oh my god.
You will know
Yeah.
him very soon.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know how to spell his name.
It's
Warwick, like that.
Warwick. Yeah. But didn't we literally talk about this the other day?
Yes.
Yeah. Warwick
Well, yes.
is and what I forget his name. Vanda. Oh, Vanda's not
Yeah,
hear me
Vanda's
out,
really
but
good.
oh my god. I need
So yeah, I was saying that. I was like Warwick in every version. All of them. Before turning into the monster, after turning into the monster, after turning into the really bad monster, after being
Elsie,
cleansed as
I'm
all of
starting
them.
to see a pattern here.
Yeah,
I'm
and
starting to see like big like buff men. Like,
it's gonna continue. It's gonna continue.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd put Halsey in your cake too? Oh my god, stop it. You're
Alright.
too cute.
Okay, this one okay. You said you weren't thinking about don't.
Chat. Flame this wench, please.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Also, yes, that is the entire copy pasta.
Yeah, I thought so.
Don't zoom in. There's really bad stuff.
So B has a redeem that you can hit them. Can you go spam that chat real quick?
The what?
Can you spam that a bunch of times?
What is it?
Can you go spam bonk for me?
Hey.
Can you go just spam the fuck out of bonk?
At least you can't spam the Vaporeon redeem.
Yeah, but Vaporeon had to make an appearance. All of mine feel way better now.
I wish.
Me? Why'd you bonk me? Fuck.
My bad. Sorry being my brother. Oh my god. Won't shut his mouth. What is it? Is that Fallout? Oh my god. This is that thing. This is the thing. Chat. Code of shame. Yeah. Okay, Halsey, explain yourself.
Deathclaw.
Mm-hmm.
Deathclaw.
I mean, a little bit. I see the vision.
Mm-hmm. Now, yeah, you knew it. A lot of people knew it. A lot of people saw it coming. And that's not the end of the Fallout characters either. There's a few more. There's a lot more. There's 4 more. Oh, shit. Holy fuck! My bad. Oh my god. Oh my god! B? B?
What
B?
do we do? What do we do? I don't know what's going
Did
on.
you just see that?
Yes,
B?
it's already.
B, help! I'm going to explode! I have to play FNAF!
I wonder. Peep, was that you?
Peeb?
Peep?
Holy shit!
And you
I
gotta
have to
drink
drink
milk?
milk! I have to drink milk! We didn't even finish the cake! And now I have to drink milk!
Long story short, but like, try to tell me that
May I? Peep. Oh my god.
Don't make me drink milk! I don't want to drink milk! I want to drink milk.
Peep. What the heck, man?
Holy shit!
Like, to be fair, if you wanted to run the roller under it,
Oh my god.
but like, I would have been fine with him running the roller under it.
I got a I gotta pause the music.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my.
Okay, cool. I was expecting to hit maybe 300 today. Maybe. Now I have to update the goal. Shit. No, what? Wow. Wow. What's pilk? It's Pepsi and milk. Wow, wowee, wowee, wow, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
That was anonymous, by the way. So I can't give you VIP or send you stuff if you're anonymous. And add to the pilk mission. I just see that. I see that, Loki. The hell, man.
Okay. Peep, was that you? Yes or no? Right now. We're gonna know, just so Halsey can confirm.
Post the little face that you put as the comment.
I did do anon because I don't like seeing my name in registries. That's
Holy shit.
understandable. If it would have,
Holy shit.
if you did put it down as like Peeb, I think it would go down as Peeb, but I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
But that's okay.
Peeb.
Peeb, holy fuck.
Peeb, my boy. Peeb.
Holy shit.
That's crazy. We did it.
We did it. I'm
Oh
shaking
my
it.
god.
Well,
Okay.
okay. Alright.
Okay. Let's finish the cake and then I'll go get my pilk.
We're at
Holy
500.
shit. Yeah, we're at exactly 500. So we'll have to update the goal, but I like looking at that full bar. So we're gonna leave it like that for a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay.
Alright, it's your turn.
Thank
Holy
you.
moly.
How much is a note to the Netherlands gonna be? To ship.
I don't care, I'm doing it.
Jesus Christ, Peeb. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peeb. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Peeb. My god.
One memento. One memento while I put Peeb's name on my.
Oh,
Where do you want to
good.
be? Where do you want to be?
Yeah,
Peeb?
where'd you like to sit, Peeb? And I'll reach out to you later for other stuff.
But y'all, the really coolest to doing charity stuff, right? Move attention on. Leave our daddy. It is understandable, but thank you. What the heck? And we we're forever grateful. How do I? Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll have you on my glasses, maybe. You broke it in Peeb.
Oh my god.
Just a little bit.
So much green and purple.
Holy shit.
Peeb. There's Peeb on me. I got peebed on.
Goal's still on screen, by the way. Oh, sorry. There we go.
I got peebed on.
Oh my gosh.
Alright. Let's get through this cake.
Yeah, I was just writing down what goals I need to do now. So
Yeah.
so yeah, Peeb, when you want, you don't have to do it right now, but you can DM me. What was it? Something that I need to tweet out, and also if you want to choose a topic of an embarrassing story that I can talk about, we can do that. So yeah. And we also got to do a bean. You want to do a bean bizzle real quick?
Yeah, let's go do the bean and we'll come back.
I'm about to Peeb.
I'm gonna tweet that, don't tempt me. Peeb on me.
Peeb. Egg and me, beef on me.
Peeve on me. I don't want to in me. When is it my turn to get blueberry? Or toothpaste, man?
Hi, Bella.
No!
Phone case. No. What kind of phone case is it? Oh.
I got licorice or burnt rubber.
Oh no. I just got stink bug.
Don't worry, I remember that.
Jova for both of us.
It's Joe.
Oh, it smells bad. It's gonna be fucking burnt rubber. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't. Psych myself out already. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2,
He's next.
1.
Okay, look.
It's licorice! It's licorice!
Oh no. Oh no.
I have a feeling yours isn't a marshmallow.
Like it's not even like I'm gonna gag. It's just I'm disappointed. And it doesn't taste
I
great.
keep getting good ones. I keep winning.
Pilk tastes like licorice? No. If Pilk tastes like a soda float. Which is like
we were just doing the beans. We were doing the bean boozle for the
Pilk
donor.
tastes like licorice. Oh no, yeah, we're doing Bean Boozle.
And we're gonna finish the cake and then I'll drink the pilk.
Wait. Why does it taste like marshmallow?
Yeah, it does have the hint.
I don't know what this is. It's either marshmallow or stink bug, and I can't tell. It just
No
doesn't
stink
taste
bug,
good.
believe me.
It doesn't taste
The marshmallow tastes really good. The marshmallow tastes really nice.
Float is nice, yeah.
So you'd know
that's
it's
what
not
Pilk
that.
is. It's basically a melted float. Okay.
Look at the
ready.
fellow. Look him in.
I'm ready to do the... Okay.
Back to whatever the hell this is.
You just did Deathclaw, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Alright. What level of unhinged?
Whatever's next in line.
They're all in... Okay. Okay, don't... Okay, we don't judge.
Uh-oh.
We don't judge here. This is a safe space. This is a safe space. This is a safe space. This is a safe space.
You're lying.
I'm not
You're
sorry.
lying.
Shut up.
You're lying. There's no way.
Ever since I was a kid, I haven't looked at Jollibee the same. I'm sorry.
Holy shit. None of mine get to that level.
Jollibee
Bless.
is basically Filipino McDonald's.
Yeah, they have spaghetti there. I wanna try it.
Spaghetti.
'Cause you're part
fried
Filipino,
chicken,
right?
They have hot dogs. Yeah, I'm half Filipino.
Are we gonna go to the Philippines together?
Maybe.
I wanna go to the Philippines.
That'd be fun.
I wanna try Jollibee. I don't wanna try Jollibee like that though, but I do wanna try Jollibee.
Oh, is this a hear me out cake? It is.
This is horrific.
This is.
This is awful.
Yeah, he's a bee mascot. So.
Is it the suit? So what's doing it for you?
He's a distinguished gentleman, you know. I think he treated me right, you know.
And
And then I'd get
I'm
like
not beating
rice and chicken
any of
afterwards.
these.
You know, I get free Jollibee.
I already know that.
God, Halsey. Oh, come on. That's not a hear me out. You can't put Coil up there.
Okay, he's definitely one of the tamer ones.
Oh. He's a bit. He's a bit
he's one of the
eccentric and
tamer
out there.
Look, Bubba's pretty tame. Let's stick him up there.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Oh, should I call? I'll call him Coil. Also, might put their names at the top.
The BBWs on there. Oh my gosh. The definition of tame is so unknown to me.
Oh right, lay off. I put Warwick up here. Leave me alone. What do you want from me? I put a Deathclaw on here. I put a little lizard. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Bees are
wanna-
getting worse somehow.
No, yeah, I said that
No,
I
don't
have
make
some
another one.
bad ones. All right.
No, mine are pretty surface level in comparison.
Okay, I'm gonna put this one up there because
Shut up!
because basically Xeno. Okay, yeah.
Stop! You're ruining my plans.
I was gonna put Xeno Queen on there, but I'm like, anybody.
What the
Then-
fuck? Why does everybody hate me?
You mentioned this on
This isn't
stream
fair.
earlier while I was doing the dishes, and I was kind of surprised that you would mention this out of everything. Get that Xeno Queen out of here.
I'm gonna put a Boeing 747 up, I swear.
This completely out of nowhere, Halsey started talking about Miatas and I was like,
Yeah, I did.
oh god, she's gonna judge me for doing this. Miatas are cute, and you know, stick a tongue on that thing, I'll stick it in the grill. I was gonna put Sally from Cars up there as well.
That's valid!
Yeah, that's not a hit me out.
No, not really.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Fucked up. Fucked up.
The blue car from Cars, yeah. Sally is a. Oh. Oh my god.
No, he says would make a top 3.
The worst part is I don't even know his name.
Halsey, I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, it's an obvious. It's an obvious. I've completely forgot his name.
Oh my god.
But just the new Lilo and Stitch movie made me remember. Someone help me. What's his name? The theme is theming.
Theme is theme.
The theme is theming.
The other alien that cross dresses. I like.
Yeah, like probably should.
I would.
No, that's not Bubbles. Bubbles is the other guy, no? Gone too. Gone too.
It's been so long since I watched.
I mean, Bubbles could be on the list too, but that's probably too basic.
Yeah. I gotta think of some more. Oh my gosh.
Because if you look at all the other
I had like 3 more.
Yeah.
Do them.
Okay. But how many more do you have after that?
Oh, not that. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more.
9 more. Jesus Christ.
9 more, and they're all the exact same archetype. Ah. Oh, that one?
Yeah.
You sound dejected. Yeah. Hi, Fluffy.
God.
Delivery, welcome. What a name. I feel like that is a very fitting name considering my side of the cake. I will not be shamed. My partner is built like all of these, okay?
Oh my.
I'm winning. I stay winning.
Hi Fluffy, hi Delivery, how you doing?
I stay winning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So CV8's going for about 36 grand, and then going for up around 50.
How's it going? I'm from Australia. We're from Australia as well. Is that from
I'm
Hades?
gonna make that big so everyone can see it. Yeah.
What is that?
Heaven. It's the Minotaur.
I mean, the price has fluctuated because there's somewhere at 95.
Hellsy.
Look at those arms.
Hellsy.
Look. Oops.
I mean,
Look at them.
I can't really like any of the
Look at.
any of the femme characters from Hades. I all at once. You know.
Yeah, but that's obvious. You know, that's obvious.
They're all like, you know, most of them like goddesses, so they're meant to look hot.
Yeah. See, if I said it was a Hades character, would you have guessed the Minotaur? Would
No.
any of you have guessed the Minotaur?
No.
You guys would have guessed like Sisyphus and shit.
I've done like fucking. I don't know.
That's probably a bit hard to read, but that's fine. Coil is thin. Okay, Coil is in the attitude.
I was thinking
Stop it.
maybe Hades.
Coil was a cop out.
Hades is kind of fit in the theme as there as well.
Yeah, yeah. Look, a lot of them, a lot. But I had to go with something a little bit more wild than him. Believe me, Hades is up there. Hades is so far up there. I'm riding it, but no, I had to go with something a bit crazier. And that was the Minotaur.
Oh gosh. I gotta play Hades eventually.
I'm a very smug cat right now. Hades 2 is out and it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Alright, your turn.
This is safe space. Safe
Is
space. Safe
You put a
space.
B on my screen.
Safe space. Safe space. Safe
Wow.
space.
Wow. Wow. Wow, because there's way better sub-architects to that one than just the basic clicker. Wow, 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 wow. I would have gone with the big clicker, to be honest, so...
The big one, the bloater?
Not the bloater, there's a different big one. Not the Rat King, either.
Oh, the shambler?
Oh, yeah.
The one that throws acid spores and blows up?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're not kissing
No.
the sharing spores. What if I'm immune?
Well, look, there's a Silent Hill 2 mannequin. I'm seeing a little bit of a theme. She likes them shambling at her, I guess. So I started crawling at you like the chick from The Ring. Would you be into it?
Like Sadako?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd put Sadako on my Hear Me Out.
Fuck's sake.
Wait.
Jail.
Oh wait, okay. It's Sadako is the one that's of age, right? It's the American version that's not of age. Okay, we got Anyway, moving on. Japanese Sadako, please.
And then fucking
Buddha Sadako. Oh my.
Lala put a freaking skater
Hell, is that a fridge? Is that the fridge Yeti?
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Bring it back and then right-hand drive swap it and use all the left-hand drive stuff.
Now, when I said last night that you should just play this game because you said you just want to fuck everything.
Because you have to convert it.
Yeah, it's Frigidity.
Chad. Chad.
This isn't my fault. This is Chubb's fault.
Everything's twice the price here for parts when you.
This isn't my fault. This is Chubb's fault. His name is literally Frigidity.
I see it. I see it.
Yeah, buy a rack.
You get it.
I see it.
Like, is this surprising? No. Is it concerning? Yes.
Yeah, exactly right. And then
Definitely.
two that do the same. Yeah, but like you buy a.
Have a gawk or something? Rice, what are you watching? What version are you
I
watching?
think Rice like looked up like some parody version. Like some
Yeah,
parody
that's what I'm
porno.
feeling. You got the wrong one. You got the wrong one.
7 days, more like 7 sins.
Been looking at the Sadako on Vex's Twitter.
I was literally thinking that. That's
There
literally-
is Vex's NSFW one has done one,
Yes.
and it's very beautiful. If you haven't seen it. Oh, okay, I see.
Original
Yeah, that makes
Innocence?
sense.
The American one is under
I
18.
haven't seen the
Okay.
original. I wanna see the
haven't
original.
seen the American one. I am not associating with the American one. I'm purely talking about the Japanese one.
Hmm. It's your turn again.
Oh my god. Okay.
Although I think you're running out, aren't you? You got one more, you right? Check DMs. I can't right now because
I got 2
I'm
more.
using my DMs.
Okay, this one's I'm gonna get the furry allegations.
You had them already.
I mean, I started off strong, right? So SCP.
You no, that's one of mine. Get it back.
That
That was one of mine.
Like to buy a car or buy one half built.
Fucking damn it. That was mine. You stole that.
It's hot.
Is it
okay.
a woman? Is it a woman?
Okay, it's.
It gives it feels like a feral woman.
I don't know what it is.
The
Apparently,
story.
it's like a virus.
The story. Oh damn! Thank you
But
for that.
the image is of a fursuit. It's a zombie werewolf. And oh god, what is?
You see the artwork the cop sent you?
Let me.
That is so perfect. I'm putting that on Twitter later.
It's so good. Oh my god.
That is so perfect. That is exactly how I feel. The Plague Doctor SCP. That one felt too basic too, because if you go, what's your favorite SCP? 90% of people say that one or the Blob. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go with this wench,
Nice.
and he beat me.
Rice. What is that image? Don't do that to Cruz. No. Its gender varies per user. Yeah, it's a phone. It's a phone app virus thing. Halsey, what is that? Is that Bloodborne?
Rice will know. Not
Or is
quite.
it Dark Souls?
Yeah.
Um,
This is a woman. This is my first woman.
I mean,
This is Dancer.
okay. I see the.
She's giant. She is giant. And the first time I played, I almost killed her. She's very hard to kill. You can kill her, but she's very difficult. She moves super fast. She's Dancer of the Boreal Valley. And she's beautiful. And yeah, she was a big enjoyment. I liked her.
Okay, that's like the first one I think I agree with.
Only because it's a woman.
Hey, hey. I get the Santa. Okay, I get Santa and Warwick, sort of.
Sort of.
Like Vanda. I mean,
Sort of.
he's not a hear me out, but you know.
Yeah. I don't know. Dancer's just so pretty to me.
Okay, have you played
And
the
she's
forest?
so tall. So she stays in that stance when you fight her, and you are barely up to her knee. You're shorter than that, well, maybe up to her knee. And she's confined in a very small space. So when she does spin attacks, you get fucked. But she's gigantic, so like Jollibee, that one I'm leaving that one to be. That one's the left side of the cake's B's problem, okay, not
Yeah,
mine.
left with
Also,
the blue
hi Asia,
text
how
is
are you?
mine.
I don't know
Oh,
if you
sure.
can see that there's a theme going on with mine.
Alright. Halsey, have you played the forest? The original
Yeah.
one?
Sons of the Forest? Oh no.
The original one.
Yeah, but the Forest series. I've played the first one, not the second one. It's gonna be one of the monsters, isn't it? Please God no,
It's
please
one of
God
the
no,
mutants.
please God no.
It's one of the mutants. Okay,
Please no.
it's Legsy.
The fact that you put clothes on it.
I had to, it's naked.
The Forest. Virginia.
It's not the Sons of the Forest Virginia, it's the first one. It's the other Virginia. The spider mutant.
Jail. Yep. You had to put clothes on it.
It was naked. It has its whole like coochie out.
Yeah, all what, 8 of them?
I mean,
That is
so
that's horrifying.
yeah.
Yeah, your hear me outs are definitely hear me outs. Mine are not so bad. Mine are nowhere near as bad. Mine are pretty obvious, I'd say.
You want me to find another one that I had but I
Go for
removed?
it.
Okay. And I don't know if I have to cover the face of this one, mainly because I might actually get banned.
Spider-Man. This is my Spider-Man.
Oh my.
The Drider.
Oh my god.
Spider-Man.
Oh my god.
I don't know where to put him. You can get on here. Rice saw me spot that thing and go, oh my god, what is it? Ah, my cake! Oh my god, the cake, no.
Anytime
Cake, stay
Rice
there.
DMs me, I'm actually scared.
Yeah, it's so bad when Rice DMs. And the problem is he does it all the time.
What?
That's why most people don't understand. It took us 2 weeks,
What?
holidays to go down to Melbourne and back. Took us a week to get down there.
Don't say that, Rice!
Oh no.
Don't say that, Rice! Don't say that! No! No, don't say that!
Alright, I'm putting up the other 2 given ones that
okay, well,
chat was shaming me for.
We just... I should have been scared.
Yeah, it's Rice. You should always be a bit scared. Shut up, Blap. I don't want to hear it.
A journey, that was an adventure. Like I spent so much in Queensland, and
is that fuck? Oh my god.
Mask has to stay on though.
Oh my god.
I have a few more if you want me to just dump the rest as well.
I have one more, I think.
You go for it.
Okay.
I have 3 more.
One second. Well. Well.
Yeah, exactly right. Like at the time, I thought, Dad, why are you teaching?
Okay. This is the one that I didn't know if I had to cover the face of because it's kind of like a
A lot of things, but not, it's just the categories that Dad was teaching me.
Bestie.
Yeah, for
Not Momo.
He knew those skills would get me through life.
No words. No words.
Yeah, my dad wasn't tech savvy.
I don't have any words.
My dad wasn't tech savvy.
No.
Yep.
Okay, you can dump your rest.
I thought at school, you know, after when you're an adult, what do? You
That's
manage
horrible.
through, you know, your online banking. Why don't they teach you how to do that again?
Bestie.
Because they're fuckwits.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, but like.
Does this surprise anyone? Probably not.
Tech savvy like her, but like, my dad taught me how to use internet banking. You know, dad didn't know.
Grievous, I get. Grievous can get it.
You know what I mean?
Grievous? Oh my fucking. Hell's he? What is that?
Yeah.
Right.
That's Dima.
This is the thing. My dad was the
Oh
gray
my
sheep,
gosh.
black sheep of the family. None of
And that's a 2-for-1. So if I'm doing Dima, I'm also doing his brother.
you know what I mean?
I'm doing Nick Valentine at the same time. And then same with this one. If I'm doing Hancock, I'm also having. Sorry that it's not me. If I'm having Hancock, I'm also having the one from the TV show. Dima is boring though, but his voice is really nice. And it's almost embarrassing to admit, but the image on Dima on the Pip-Boy excites me more than Dima himself. Let me see if I can find it. Dima Pip-Boy. There's like this animation of Dima on the Pip-Boy that plays for one of his things, and for some reason that it does it for me. And his voice. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going to be able to find an image of the quest where he pops up on it, but yeah.
Well.
I'm finding it, I'm finding it, I'm finding it, I'm finding it. Oh, they color it in this. Why do they color it? Usually it's green. Okay, it's not as good as I thought it was. It's better in the game. Way better in the game. Either way, it's Dima. It's Dima. Dima and his brother Nick Valentine as well, and then Hancock, and also whatever the ghoul from what's it called? It's called from the show. What is his name in the show? I can't even remember. I know the actor. Yeah, this is my list, and I think it's pretty fucking obvious which ones are mine.
Yeah.
Just the ghoul? Yeah, no, he had a name before the bombs dropped. After the bombs dropped, he's just called the ghoul, but Walton Goggins is the actor's name. Walton can get it in any of the shows and movies he's in, to be fair. Walton is so hot. Walton is very funny. Okay. What happens if I share? Oh. Wait. What? What does sharing do?
I think.
Oh, phew. Okay.
Share it? Oh Lord.
I can send it to my Pokemon spot. Okay. Oh, I just wanted to like get an image of it. That's all. It's because he's a droid. Oh no, it's because he's a droid and has multiple hands in his voice and the multiple hands and look at him. Looking. Can I save this?
You can copy it. I'll just send it to you, I guess.
Yeah. Organic beings that look like him, but they're not him. They're different.
Okay.
It's different. Alright, I'm gonna go get Pilk. It's Pilk time, it's Pilk time. It's Pilk time. It's fucking Pilk time. I need to play some ads, and I'm gonna go grab the stuff for Pilk.
That's
And
all
PP,
9 of my
okay?
characters, chat. You guys now know me a little bit better.
I'm gonna go grab the stuff for Pilk and go PP.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'm
Okay.
gonna play some ads. You can be in charge for a bit.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Don't drink Pilk yet. No, Pilk. Hey, chat. I hope everybody's doing well. Fuck.
Yeah, well, before then he was, resigning and dying.
Oh, was the chat covered up that whole time? My bad. I'm so sorry. Everyone's forgetting that maid outfit for a month is also achieved. No, we didn't forget. We didn't forget. We hit all the goals. There is secret goals that like up until 1,000, I think. So there are those two. I don't think Halsey's gonna reveal them, but mainly because one of the goals is a little bit of a out there one, but they are there. So yeah, I gotta do a league stream. Oh my fucking god! How about I do 5 minutes of league? I start up a stream, open up league, play one game, and then I end it. Up to 1,000, you say? No, babe. Can I join you for league? I mean, you can try and teach me. Yeah.
Like, I don't have.
What is playing right now? This is not holy water. What is this? Oh, this is like a whole like. Oh my god, everything is here.
Okay, I'm back. Boopy,
Ubi,
you're here? We need to update the goal now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
So we will do. We also do voting for the profile picture. These can be in my server, I guess, because I'm talking. Oh, thank you. Which looks good.
Okay. I'm back to lobby. My lobby.
Where did it hear me out? We gotta maid outfits. We can match
I
maid
have the
outfits.
supplies.
Yippee.
Right, did you send the image of the hear me out cake to me?
Yes, I think.
Cool. Then I can leave this. Yeah, beautiful. You shared it with me, so I have an image of it to post later.
And then we gotta chat. You've gotta vote on what a marathon, like any game series.
Death!
Make it interesting.
Death, the fuck did you just send me?
Oh god, what is it?
Smashing General Grievous is a fun in games. He says some dumb shit like fire, the defoilated cannon, and need nuts inside.
What the fuck?
You are correct, and also that is horrific.
Would Davy Jones be a hear me out?
Oh, I would smash him so fast. So fast. Oh my god. Stop! I didn't even think about that. Okay, I have a cup and Pepsi and cream and full cream milk. What is the ratio?
Half and half.
Which goes first?
Doesn't matter. It's not like cereal.
Okay, I'm gonna put the milk in. Everybody's been chipping away at my milk and my Pepsi, so I'm glad I still have some left for this. This is awful. Okay, that'll do for the milk. Milk first? Yeah, I put the milk down first. It's milk time. Yeah, you heard that. That's the Pepsi. This is. I don't even want to do this. This feels like I'm defiling it. I'm lagging pretty bad too. Shake the leg, shake the
What's
leg,
your
shake the
not-
leg, shake the leg.
Hate it.
What if I want to hate it?
Then you're just a hater.
Yeah, I am. I am! What of it? I did way too much milk. Ew, it
I usually
went
do
brown.
Pepsi first. Did you
Oh,
get
it's
normal
like
Pepsi or
brown.
Pepsi Max?
I got Pepsi Max, unfortunately.
Pepsi Max is better.
Is that better? Oh, it's
Yeah.
better.
I literally can't drink normal Pepsi.
Let me take a photo of this abomination.
What? Ew. Milk is good. It is. It is.
Oh well, you don't know one
LZ
update
is just a hater.
in the news that I've seen.
Mhm.
Like Palmer's freaking
Damn straight.
museums getting built here in Communion.
My milk is brown.
Construction. I seen it yesterday as well. Yeah. biggest car museum going to be
Okay.
Southern Hemisphere.
This is weird.
Load of touch for face.
Okay.
Going over
I'm gonna drink the pilk now. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready. You got this.
Yeah, no. And
It's
I
not
need
that
to
bad.
go fucking drop
See?
the thing in my so I can go see her. But last time I spoke
This
to
is
her,
weird.
she said somebody that works for Clyde Palmer that can get
I
me-
made a big fuck off glass too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because she knows
Your,
It just
your pilk chalice.
I made way too much pilk. I don't know why I did this much pilk.
Oh my god.
I made a very big cup of pilk.
You're gonna be drinking pilk for the rest of the stream, chat.
if it was mopping.
I am. I made way too big of a glass.
She knows them
It's
personally. They went
I
to-
don't.
I think
It's
this is called
you guys keep
forming.
saying it's like a spider. I don't see that.
And she's actually spoken on about.
It has maybe just ever so slightly the taste of a spider, but I feel like a big part of the spider is the fact that it reacts. It's not bad. It's not nice. It's something. Yippee!
Cool.
Yeah. I think the milk just flattens the Pepsi immediately, and that's what's weird. Because usually with a spider, there's at least like there's still bubbles with the ice cream, like it still bubbles. With this, it just immediately flattened the Pepsi. It's milk with a hint of like peppers. Okay. I'm not a hater, but I'm never drinking this again. I will make floats, but I'm not making this again. I made way too much. Do you want to see how much I made?
Yes,
The other night, and it was
I made an absurd amount.
Oh my god. My brother.
I fucked up.
I found
No, it's okay.
the bonnet decal that
Pepsi.
Dad paid like $3 grand for.
This is so much. Why did I make this
Healthy!
much?
I'll see. What the fuck?
This is
Why is
so
your
much.
glass so big?
Yeah. I haven't seen it on any.
Yeah, it's a very big glass.
Chat, it's like the size of like a mason jar. It's so big.
But, you know,
It's like a tall mason jar.
Like
Mm.
Dodge Challenges.
I made too much pilks. What helps? But take my pilk from me. My tummy already hurts. Oh my god. Let's play some CBD. We're already 2 hours in.
Yeah.
Sticker, 6.2 liter
My
LS.
god.
Oh,
No, no.
That is
It's
funny.
like for the middle of the
I knew you'd laugh at me because, yeah, I made way too much pilk. Do you want to see? I'm going to put it in the Discord how much pilk I made. Live pilk reaction is,
Yeah.
hmm.
It's all extra.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait to spill this on my desk.
It's like a float, yeah.
No, it's not like a float.
Oh.
I haven't yet.
No.
Chat, we get to 1,000 followers. No, $1,000.
Oh, follows?
My bad, my bad. LG has to try blue pilk.
Yeah, I feel like the blue pilk is next level. Alright, let me see how to update this campaign as well, and we'll expand how much. Like 500 was the initial goal. I do have some stretch goals that I'll post later. I'll post them tonight. They're not too crazy because I ran out of thoughts, but it's like a 12-hour stream, a 24-hour stream. Artworks with B, and I can't remember the last one. Go look at the Discord comments. I fucked up. I poured too much milk, and then I just poured the same amount of Pepsi.
You living on pilk. Oh my.
It has it's such a bad mouthfeel.
No, it isn't.
It's such a bad mouthfeel.
Drama.
It's such a bad mouthfeel. All right, let me see what my stretch goals were anyway. Where did I put them?
No, like,
Oh my, I hope easy. Help.
Okay, $600 and I do a sriracha shot. $700 I do a 12-hour stream. $800 I get safe for work art with B. $900 I do a 24-hour stream, and $1,000 I get NSFW art with B. And I mean like good quality NSFW art with B.
yeah, and
I'm willing to put $1,000 forward. Don't tempt me. I want to see it glistening.
I was gonna buy
Oh
it.
my god.
Get on DVD.
Before we
Get
do
on
that,
DVD.
I probably should get like my reference sheet updated.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I want to mix.
It'll take
like,
a while to get the artwork anyway.
Yeah, I want to mix my current design that Stinky made for me with like the things that I added to my model. You good?
Pepper's in the milk. Pepper's in the milk.
Pepper's in the milk.
Oh, I opened up my emails.
Hi, Ducky.
And it's lagging my puta. Hi, Dougie.
Yeah, I'm at 15 frames.
Oh, bestie.
Yeah, it's not good.
They're seeing you every 2 seconds, huh? Alright, I'm gonna go see where they're updating the... Update the goal.
Saying I'm bad
What's a
quality.
bad done?
What?
How to update your goal. Tiltify, setup.
What did you say, Carp? Oh, like, oh no, chat. We just meant like some like art, but like high quality art. You know, we don't want no doodles.
Reason they have those little happy bits.
Okay, I actually don't know how to update this. Oh, I just do it here. Do we want to just put it... We'll do it to 1,000.
Okay,
Safe.
it's just in stream. Oh yeah, it updated for me as well.
But
Nice.
you can buy
No,
Let me
not high.
refresh
That's
mine.
not what I meant.
There we go. Okay.
Written words.
you
into
pretty
my
much
mouth.
just want to like
I do not expect to hit anything above the 500. This is amazing by itself. These are stretch goals. These were just in case someone comes in and decides to drop a fucking band, alright? There is no pressure. If you want to make us suffer more beans, the whole duration you can. Like, you don't have to do insane amounts. This is just there to help raise more funds for the Kiddlywinks. That's all. Alright, finally, we're gonna start playing DVD. My god, what a...
I got nothing.
Now we get to do maid streams, and I'm gonna be doing a month of maid streams while also doing the FNAF series. Hi Vane, how are you? I don't want this anymore. I've taken like 3 sips of the pilk and I'm done with it.
You got this.
Maybe more Pepsi will help. I don't know.
well, I won't be rude, but I'm probably gonna have to jump off the phone.
Nope.
Can you hear my brother? Is he being loud? You can tell him to shut up.
Yeah, he is. Brother, shut up! Yeah, this is very funny. Like, oh, why is this so
Oh my god.
You anonymous little rats!
Can we do this after this game? Because I'm eating.
Would you look at the game starting?
No.
Yeah, we'll do it after the intermission if you want. 'Cause you'll just throw up. I'm gonna throw up pilk if I get burnt rubber. Oh my god. Whoever did that, thank you. Your mom's not a hoe, but thank you. Stop being anonymous! Stop being mean to me!
Oh my god.
My god. I am not ready to play DVD. I'm gonna go quickly put the milk back in the fridge because it needs to go in the fridge. I'll be back. I have too many drinks. I have 3 drinks going right now. Open your. I did it.
Why? How do you know that? That's just what people think you want to think, but
I feel like a pot of smoke.
making food in the kitchen was actually frowned upon.
And milk just kills the
No, no, no.
fizziness.
Why isn't it very much bread on a sandwich? It should just be meat on the outside and a piece of bread on the middle.
I'm back. Probably heard me yelling out to my partner. Bam, bam, bam,
Is it?
bam, bam.
Agree with me on the sandwich?
What?
There's too much bread on a sandwich, so it should just be meat on the outside and bread on the middle.
What the fuck are you on about?
I don't know, I'm having a rant.
Did brother just say there's too much bread in the sandwich? That doesn't make sense.
What happened?
He wants to put the bread
Was
in
it m-
between the meat.
Yeah, but also I was on about what happened.
Like a meat sandwich?
Like Bridie's like, oh, making food in the bathroom is frowned upon. Well, what happens if
Yeah.
making food in the bathroom was actually how making food is intended, and making food actually in the kitchen was meant to be frowned upon? Like, brother, we're just following the sheep herder, like, or whatever.
Is he calling us sheeple for cooking in the kitchen?
What we want to do.
How much have you had to smoke?
You wanna know?
Or is he trying to tell me he's made spaghetti in the toilet?
I don't know.
Did you make your sandwich in a bathroom?
How do we
Where
know?
did Brandy make this sandwich?
How do we know potatoes?
So, what I'm hearing is he needs to go get whatever the double from KFC was.
A potato could be called a carrot or a fruit. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, he has had
I feel like
so
we're
much.
getting lied to.
He's having an existential crisis.
Oh.
Why didn't you cross the carrot and the potato and make like a fat round carrot?
Fucking bacon, man.
Oh no, oh no.
Keep it- Fuck.
It's okay, it's okay. Look, the psych ward looks exactly like your bedroom.
Why am I what?
Hey, Izzy, you wanna know something?
I'm
I don't know, man.
exposed. Yeah.
Well, it was a fun match. It was a fun first match.
No, in space. Yeah.
And I got told my photo might come back 5 times within a year. Within a year.
He has some interesting thoughts. It's very much is a door a window and a window a door.
1 year for your photo. I was like, brother! You reckon I'm ever gonna get my photo back?
They'll probably reject it for being too ugly.
Damn, cold.
They're finding Jordan, but
Don't make me feel bad for saying that.
Oh, I'm about to get my shit kicked in. Oh my god, slow down! You're winning, buddy!
Okay. He's at that volume 24/7, by the way.
oh, death.
Yeah.
Hi, Pigsy, how are you? Oh shit, oh, I'm just deaf. Damn, slow down, buddy, fuck!
You me.
Oh no, bestie, I think he's winning this one.
I can spin.
I'm just saying, it didn't look like a successful split. I'm just saying.
He stood there and watched me struggle.
At least the other ones are healing, that's good.
Happy.
Get over the cold, how are you? I had to drink pilk.
She didn't hate
They
it.
took me at gunpoint and made me drink pilk. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. I don't even know if I liked it. Cause I don't know, I'm just so used to having the spider where it's like, it's the fizzy creamy. This just isn't fizzy at all. Like, it's creamy, but I don't know. I don't know.
Milk is an experience. It is. It's good.
It just feels so strange.
If I had Milk, if I had Pepsi right now, I'd make Milk. I ran out of Milk.
You can have my pilk because I made way too fucking much pilk. I could feed a small family with this. Chad, I made too much pilk! I got a can of Pepsi. All you need is some milk. There you go. And a lot of milk. I don't know about this. The more I drink it, the less I like it. Hi, Dyrox, how are you? It's just tainted milk. To be fair, I haven't had milk in a really long time, so.
Yeah.
What's going on with your textures? Oh, the skirt? Yeah, that's broken. It does this to Arella as well. Something in the physics just breaks and it goes ballistic.
Just a little bit.
Your day been well? Fantastic. We hit 500 on our fundraiser and I'm now sipping on pilk as part of the fundraiser. Springen had to investigate. Yeah, Arella's skirts do this for the outfit she got in the Rift. And apparently this one does it too. And it keeps triggering. I don't know what's the cause, it just freaks it. I'm playing Sable and it hasn't happened to Sable yet. I'm proud of you for drinking the pilk. For the fundraising. I'm proud of everyone. Everyone's been so kind. Oh, he's got the dragon grippy.
Okay.
Look, Michaela, if you just want to take the skirt off, there's easier ways to do it. There's a slight breeze. Michaela's skirt seems to be in a monsoon. And the fundraiser? Thank you. Now I have to wear a maid outfit for a month while playing the FNAF series. Which will probably also take me a month, considering my track record.
Yeah. I'd say each game. Oh my god! Go that way.
In real life, I'll be putting my model in a maid outfit. Well.
LZ, we do IRL maid stream together.
Oh, what
What
the?
a game. What a game. What a game.
What the hell?
Car. Got past hatch.
Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, you got this. You got this, Carp. The Carp stays winning. Hi, T-Lock, how are you?
Uh-oh.
Oh. What's going on over there?
Okay.
We have to do a bean after this.
Yeah. coming, Carp.
People are bringing the husk challenge into new players' games, and they're confused by it, and that's very cute. Hi, Death. How are you? Just got to work. You stinky. I hope work is quick and fun.
Don't throw blahages at me.
Meow, 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 meow.
Is this just the audio bug?
Probably. The audio bug's been too bad.
I can't hear the gen that Carp's working on, so.
Oh, that'd be a different audio bug, but it would have been triggered by the same sort of thing. My teeth, as soon as my room warms up a little, brush my teeth and everything. Oh my god, you brush your teeth. Good job. Oh, you're both okay. Alright, I'm gonna go to the lobby while we wait for Carp, and we'll go eat the bean. Because that's gonna take a bit. Alrighty. To the anonymous, thank you. Whoops, what have I done? Thank you so much. Now I have to eat a stupid bean. Aizawa.
Okay. I'm spinning.
What am I getting? I'm getting...
Is that a bad
Juicy
one?
Pero Booger.
That's not that bad.
Man, but I want the blue one.
But rubber
Oh, never mind. I got
band.
Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks, which is pretty bad.
I got bad rubber.
Tutti Frutti is so hard to find. I'm just gonna guess it's that one. No, that might be Stink Bug.
It's a lot more white. The stink bug has a little hint of yellow.
Let me get my phone out because I can't see it. How are you, Zoa? Found one. No, they both look the same kind of color to me. It's the speckles on them that are different.
Oh chat, if you guys would like us to be your setup to be a part of setup review that I'm gonna do eventually soon. It's in Halsey's general chat. It'll be under like a new topic.
Yep,
I think it's called,
under the thread.
what is it called again? It's like
Battle stations.
Goon Station. No, Battle Stations? Okay.
Battle stations, not goon stations. We'll probably do it tomorrow. That'll be a good thing to do tomorrow.
Okay. We just need a couple there.
And then,
So we can do it.
what was the other stuff that we had?
I
There was
got my
another thread. Oh, that was
mouse
profile
over,
picture
so
thread.
I'll redo my setup tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Don't break everything.
I won't. That's Tutti Frutti. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, 3, 2,
Please don't be
One.
burnt rubber again. It's burnt rubber again. Oh.
Ooh, ooh, ah, wah, ah, wah, wah.
You okay? No.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
though.
Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
Yeah, that burnt rubber wasn't that bad that time.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I
No.
couldn't do it. Once I hesitate, it's gone. I can't do it. There's drool everywhere. Foul!
Drink some milk to wash it down.
No, it's water. No more beans. I made a mistake. No more beans. I forgot how bad they were. I
$5?
was. No.
Give me beans.
Manoi. We reached 500. I'm happy. Manoi.
She's gone.
I just died, sorry.
It's okay.
Every time I get a bad bean, I lose one more of my lives. Of my 9 lives. I'm down to like maybe a half right now. This sucks. Stink bug and stinky socks remind me that this does indeed suck. I got so many good ones though. I had what did I had banana, I had marshmallow, I had a pomegranate, I had a licorice, and they were all so good. That one was so bad. It immediately fumigates your mouth.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had the Tutti Frutti yet. That or Tutti Frutti tastes like shit.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Yuck. So gross. Oh, the smell is in my mouth. My partner's like, can I have a kiss? I'm like, you don't want a kiss. I got ass breath. You don't want a kiss. It's so bad. It's in my mouth. It's in my tongue.
It's okay, I'll give you a kiss.
You don't want a kiss. It stinks right now. The combo
So
smell we
does
would
mine.
have.
My mouth tastes like burnt rubber.
Legion?
Oh.
I think that was Legion.
No, it's a
No, on the opposite side of the pier.
spirit.
Oh, it's a spirit. Okay, sorry.
It's a
All I saw was a
tiny
tiny person. Oh, that would explain it. They sort of have the same walk
I hold myself!
from a distance. Lol.
Oh, I ran into the gym.
Get hold, nerd.
Wait, maybe I can pull her, never mind.
No.
I
No
hold
holding.
her! I hold her!
Oh. Oopsie.
Good hold.
Oh, hey.
I wasn't even up. Oh.
Well, that's rude.
Oh.
What the Come back.
Oh no! Basement!
Rip. You have fun down there.
I'm just being here. Oh wait, don't I have... Oh no. Shit. What a wicked...
You say that every time. You have the other one.
No!
Do you keep forgetting to change it?
I was trying to put on the one where you could heal, and then I put on Wicked, which is the unhook one.
Yeah.
But I took it off because I was doing the teamwork vigil build, which is
Fucking Jesus Christ. Too many items.
but I did have Wicked for a bit.
Yes, me. Oh my god, where the fuck is the entrance? What? I went past it.
It's next to the stairs that go down.
I went past it. Hopefully you guys can extract. Oh, I might end up
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
that
not
was
me.
my fault. Oh, she's facing the other way. She doesn't like you. I don't know, I get this feeling she doesn't like you.
Nah, it's just because
What are
I
you doing? No.
ran right behind you, so she followed me.
What is going on?
She just BM'd me. What the heck? What did I do?
If it was one hit, she just didn't want to hear your scream. Good night,
Because I
Death.
hold you. Because I hold you.
It could have been that.
Good night, Dad.
Meow, 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 meow. Too bad you don't have the unhooky one.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was because you hold her. Definitely, because she didn't hit me, she hit you. That was targeted.
What the heck?
Thanks for the alert, Flip.
The PC's being loud. Oh no.
You mean your jet plane?
Yeah, Blender and 15
This doesn't
tabs
look
open.
good. This does not look good.
Just a little bit. Oh well.
Hey, I think you won the game personally.
I didn't even mean to hold her. I just went down next to the hole. She just slid in, you know.
Get holioed. This is not gonna end well. He's gonna get hit before he can do anything. Alright, fair.
Damn, I'm
Meow,
GoPro.
meow, meow, meow.
Oh, hi. Christmas tree.
Christmas tree. My Christmas. Oh, what's my challenge actually?
Oh, cops can unhook up, unhook.
Ah, finish gens. I've already abandoned and skipped.
Can you just not unhook? Oh, you can.
Why does it knock me out of the tiltify? Give me like that.
Oh. Oh, wait, use a bots now. Oh. I'm the only one left. Go. Oh no, no.
Ugh. Bilk.
Cop, do you still have the option to abandon?
Is she being mean?
Yeah, she just targeted Cop.
Oh yeah, she targeted you.
Instead of the two.
She targeted the hell out of you.
Yeah, just die on hook or abandon or something like that. It's gonna be ages until she kills the bots, so no point in staying.
I was given a... Someone gave me a Steam award. Guess what it is?
Oh god, what is it?
Someone gifted me the Jester award. Trevor? Did you give me the Jester award?
It wasn't me.
Yeah, it better not have been.
No, why would I do that?
Fuck, gifted me the Jester award, you asshole! The fuck? Hey, 3 points are 3 points.
Here, I'll give you.
At 4:20, what? 4:42 a.m. I wasn't even around then. I was in bed. I was sleeping. What the fuck? Why did I get a clown award?
There you go.
So mean to me. What did you do? They give me another award. That's so funny. What the fuck? I just like checked my emails and it said it in there. That's so rude. Why? What did I do at 4:42 a.m.?
Hi, Spirit. How you
What the
doing?
heck? How you do it? This is harassment. Can I pick the badges I show? Because I think I might just show only the clown badges.
I think for the awards, it's just you either hide the award or not.
Aw, boo. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't think you can
There you go.
select which awards you can show there.
That's fair. Is Carp still in game?
I'm not sure. Go.
Because Carp's name, it says they're not in game, but it says they're like phased out. Oh, there we go. They're like darkened out on my screen.
Oh yeah, that happened last time. I want to play Death Stranding so bad. I keep seeing people play the
The new
second
one?
game. I haven't played the first game. I'm either considering getting it on Steam or just playing it on PlayStation, since I have it with PS Plus.
I'd watch you play it. Because I have no interest in playing it, but I like watching people play it.
But it's a big commitment since it's a really long game. And it's also like a walking sim, so it might be a bit boring to watch.
But all the characters are hot. All of them.
Norman Reedus, oh dude. Yeah.
Mads Mikkelsen.
Oh.
Mads Mikkelsen.
Who
The
wouldn't?
story is very interesting though, but yeah, the gameplay itself has I have no interest in it.
It looks interesting.
That's why I'm like, I don't really want to play it. I just want to watch it.
The second game.
Hello!
Gosh.
Yeah, and this is the second game, right?
Yay, what's
Is
the
it out
name?
now?
Yeah, it's out. The second game is like
you're welcome.
really Evangelion inspired, which I'm like,
Oh.
yes.
Evangelion was my first anime.
Welcome, Raiders.
Unfortunately. It's a pretty fucked up anime.
Yeah.
But welcome. If you got a raid and run, please do that. Take care of yourself, get some food, get some water, get some rest. Thank you so much for raiding me. And for those that are new here, I'm Halsey. I'm a cat vampire VTuber. I play a lot of DBD. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm from Australia. And I'm joined with B, who uses she, her pronouns, and is a shark butterfly creature.
Yeah.
Silent Hill enjoyer.
I'll get it eventually.
You're a Silent Hill enjoyer.
Yes. Yes.
And likes the color blue. We are literally Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
Blue.
That's such a weird movie, Romeo and
The Nomeo one? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Oh, it's an alien. It's a Romeo. Romeo Reggie, it's a Romeo.
Yeah, no way.
Romeo. But yeah, welcome in. We are doing fundraising for VTuber Summer Slam. We have joined with Gamers Outreach.
Oh, my ads. I forgot to run my ads.
Oh my god.
No.
And we are raising funds to bring gaming to kids in hospitals. Here is some links for more information. So the link for gamersoutreach.org is there. That'll give you more information on the fundraising and the foundation itself. And all the fun things. Don't you bring it over here. Why don't you bring that sick little cat over here? Shit. Oh, this is fine. Yeah, if you want to see the goals and incentives, you can see them on my Twitter or in the Discord. They're posted in there too. And if you want to donate, the link is there as well. Go. Oh, okay. The uncaring xenomorph. Surge? Yeah, I noticed. I noticed the surge. Do not worry. We need to just leave this area. Is it pain res as well? I don't think so.
Mine didn't pop.
I better not see Carp touch that gen. Holy shit. Cool. No pain res. And they just went to the same hook, that was all. But yeah, current incentives, $5. We eat a bean boozle, and I'm absolutely suffering. $10, and you get your name on my model. $25 and I make an unhinged tweet. $50 you get an entrance sound to stream. And $100+ you get a thank you note and some goodies from me.
Carbs give a
What these goodies are yet, I don't know.
I'm gonna get some stickers.
I don't know what 8 ribbon is. Yeah, it's gonna be like merch stickers and stuff, and then maybe some small other stuff that I find around the place and can ship off. So far, it's Giant Peep that have gotten them.
You will get 2 letters. I was gonna say like put some like lipstick mark on it. No, I don't want like people cloning my DNA. It's a Lurpy.
Big whiffer. Underground sniffer.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that slowed me down. Uh-oh. Is it tail time? Is it tail time? Is it tail time? Ooh! Oh shit, I didn't realize it caught up so fast. There's like, yeah, there's nothing I can do to get them out of power here.
Carp, stop typing in Jenin. Hi B, hi Carp.
We need to put way more flame turrets up, holy shit. Hi girl, how are you? Get delayed by a day? I have no clue why, not a clue. 1 day delay is a good idea. Maybe they posted the wrong dates, maybe that was it. Thank you for the like bean. She does not leave the hook area. I think she's trying to hold a 3-gen over here.
Potentially. Okay, there's one gen near where that gen popped. Is there one near Shack, or did we do Shack? 'Cause we did. Oh, I know. We did mid and.
Oh, please don't notice me.
We did main
Okay,
gen
sick.
and the one that just popped. So they're a little bit spread out.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There's
we
like
gotta-
3 gens in this corner, and they haven't left this corner. That's what's concerning me. And because they have Surge, so
Yeah.
you don't want to die in this corner.
Go.
Is that infectious? Am I crazy?
I think that's the Nataf area that they have as well. I can't tell by the logos, but I think I'll just do this jump easy.
I'm doing this shit over here. I also have flashbangs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm worried about gen. Oh, we should be okay for gen placement actually, considering we just finished that one.
Oh, they just walked.
That was one of the 3 in this corner. That's okay.
Don't want to save it. Carp's about to die.
Me map. I've got cop. Don't worry. I thought it was you on the hook, to be honest.
On me.
I'm gonna get my beamer back. I dropped my beamer.
I am on a pallet.
I don't think I am anywhere. Oh, I am near you. Oh, hello. Oh my god, she is scuttling towards me. Like a bull at a gate. Slow down! Yeah, that did not hit. That gets him out of power at least. Leaving. Oh, this is a massive dead zone. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Oh, I got dragged on a tree! Oh yeah, over there's kind of brutal.
Do you want to do the Jenny Shack? That'd be the best bet. There, I think there's a gen over here. Because I can only see 2 gens in my map. Interesting.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Meow, 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 meow. Man, I haven't been able to do fuck all on gens. There you go. I have completely forgotten where I put my beamer as well. I dropped it, and I don't know where it went.
Okay. So yeah, there's one here. I think the one on the hill there. Yeah, okay, so there's 2, both the gens are really close to each other. Like,
Yeah,
so
that's what I was worried about.
I think the one I'm on is maybe the best bet. Oh wait, no, the one on the hill, the one on the little mound. Because then this one's on the very opposite side of the other 2 gens.
Let's drop my beamer over here. There she is.
Oh wait, no.
That's
oh,
my
damn.
baby.
Where's the other last gen? What the heck?
Do you see the glass bead going? Like the beam in the sky? It's near there.
I don't
Had a
see
map with glass bead. It's near Killer Shack. There's one near Killer Shack. I'm doing that one.
Yeah, there's one near Kelly Shack, and then there's one near Kelly Shack.
Yeah, I see the Stonehenge area one.
Oh, I see it.
Where you went down.
And then there's a gen
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
over
very
here.
opposite side of me.
Yep.
But I don't know what the last one is, so...
That's a pretty alright spread. The last one's in the corner between this one and the one on the other side.
Okay. Oh, next to the little... the other shack thing?
Yeah, the other building.
You skip.
Hehe. I'm getting my exercise in.
Oh, sorry.
Scared me there. I was like, what are you doing?
I tapped my map.
Your map. Yeah, I've been like pooping out items all game. Yep.
Yeah,
Ah,
best
yeah.
bet's this one. Most definitely.
And if you get hit, fucking run away. Run very far away.
Cop's dead.
Corpalina. Fuck. My beamer! She was headed this way. I heard a tear radius for half a second. I don't know why Sable didn't want to be injured when there's surge.
Can we...
Okay. She just
Saving
ignores
me
flame
with that.
turrets.
Never mind.
Yeah, she completely ignores them.
I'm gonna have to go check.
Oh, this one got done? Oh, okay.
Never mind, left me.
Monitoring gens, most likely. Sable just aided a totem. I'm gonna make another flashbang. Oh, I miss my Miwa. Just bam. Odd. How have I not realized that earlier? Ooh, that was close.
And try and take chase. Alright, where are you at?
Oh, fuck.
Hell's
It's hard to tell where she is when she's not skidding across the floor. I'm dead, no! Tall xenomorph fuck me up more than long xenomorph. Don't come this way, don't come this way. Although I do have a beamer on my body if you want the beamer. Beamer come out my Buddha hole. Meow, 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 meow. Damn, I'm area one so over. I got so much killer to grind after this.
Couldn't see because of the damn campfire.
Yeah, it's so brutal.
Charmer being invaded. Ah! Ow! I hit my knuckle.
You missed.
I hit my knuckle while I was scratching my leg. I hit my knuckle when I was trying to do the skill check. What the heck?
Oh yeah, isn't there a new Megan movie coming out?
Megan 2, yeah. Hold on to your vaginas. Oh, map offering is supposed to be private.
I've never even seen Megan one.
It's okay.
Doesn't she dance in it?
Yeah, it blew up on TikTok before it came out.
What the fuck is Trisha Paytas interviewing the Megan doll? Actually, I feel like I know what the answer is. Probably wasn't too many other interviewees willing to do it.
Eat the barbecue. Eat the barbecue.
I don't like Megan.
Right here! Right here!
Like, right here, right now. Well, you tried.
I know that movie.
Can I say Megan sort of looks like a, you know what doll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're making a
Look on your
spin-off
left.
movie where
On the hill. It's on the hill.
Yeah, you're right. I think they're making a spin-off Megan movie, like that isn't centered around Megan, but it's in the same universe, and the robot is a sex doll.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, faster vault speed. And bamboozle. That makes sense. I feel like that would be more interesting to watch. Because the child doll is not it. It's not it. It's not it for me. Maybe I'm weird, I don't know.
I'm gonna offload my tokens.
Because isn't she a murderous robot?
Not initially, but I think something happens, and it's like the
Someone-
cliche where like something happens and then like her, like
Yeah.
she turns evil.
Someone bullies her friend or something,
Yep.
and she kills. Yeah, yeah. Detroit become human for my sentient sex dolls. God, the sex doll scene. The sex doll lesbians is very cute. But yeah, that whole I think I played that on stream and I got all the bad endings because I'm so good at it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. I think actually no, I got a good ending for the main robot, whatever his name was.
Connor.
With Hank, yeah, Hank and Connor. Was it Hank? And Sumo the dog. I got his good ending, but I think the other ones were bad endings. Because I didn't steal a ticket from a child, so apparently I have to die.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
I was like, really?
At the bus station, the checkpoint.
Yeah. And we tried to like swim
there's-
across.
There's a way
something.
way you can convince the robot guy to let you through.
It's a bit late now. I accidentally let them drown.
Oh my gosh.
I don't remember what the other storyline was. If there even was another one. Was it just those two?
No,
There was a third one, right?
Connor, the
Yep.
the lady robot, I forget her name, and
Yep.
the bald guy. Forget his name.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't even remember what ending I got for him. Truly. Marcus.
And he has
Marcus
the-
is very hot.
Yeah.
Everybody was fawning over Connor, and I was like, Connor's boring. Marcus is literally right there.
Oh, the spirit.
Oh, again?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not the same one, is it?
No, it's just a big spirit.
Oh, this one's a frosty eye.
Oh yeah, it is.
Mm,
I like the beginning to
She's
Marcus'
gonna-
story, but then like
beat me up.
when he joins like the alliance or whatever it's called, I get disconnected.
Oh,
from
she
it a
left
little
me.
bit. Nora, that's her
Okay, she
name.
left me.
Nora?
Oh. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Okay, she left me.
DJ Webb! Oh, is that hook right that carp? Run!
And her child robot that I thought was human. Oh, the big dude that Nora teams up with?
Oh,
I like him. Big scary dude? Yeah, I liked him. Of course I did.
Sage.
She just camping you a bit? No. She left. Okay. Mine. She's got pretty charms. The handcuffs are suspicious. Does it hear me out? Cake screenshot? Yeah, I'll post them after. Oh, whoops! I forgot to put my ads. I'll post them in the Discord in a minute, because there'll also be a Pilk screenshot of how much fucking Pilk I'm drinking. I'm still drinking. I'm almost done though. My tummy feels really bad. You will see that I have a bit of a theme, because I'll be posting them on Twitter tonight as well. And doing a big thank you for hitting the 500. Big thank you. Is there a locker around here?
No, leave me alone. There's so many lockers. This
Found
map is
it.
like locker central.
I went the wrong way for it.
What the fuck? I don't know what just happened. Hi there, sorry.
Alright, I saved our Jen from regressing.
Oh, she like phased into front of, in front of me and then whiffed. And I
Oh.
threw the pallet down. Very interesting.
I think she's gonna come back to the hook. Oh, maybe not. She went and kicked the Jen again, because I saved it from regressing. Uh-oh, I might be dead.
Think of the fellows on Vila.
Oh my god, hi. Die!
Severe weather warning. Why is there
Yeah, I
severe
keep getting severe weather warnings. I'm just ignoring them. It just means there's gonna be a lot of rain, and apparently my area is not built for rain.
Yeah, it floods here every time it rains.
Oh, let me heal you, because you're almost healed.
Oh, she's coming back to
I
this
reckon
town.
she may possibly have nurses. Nah, she's just gone back to hook.
Wow, oh, come on! It's okay, it's okay. It's
My
okay.
bad.
It's fine. You're Swing. Yep, you swung.
Big swinger. I want to get that middle gen done so bad, but she's kind of patrolling it a bit. Me and Carp are doing a gen together.
Oh, we did 2 gens on the same side.
Yeah, that's why we're at Killer Shack. Is that the...
And there's no other gens on this side, so there might be one over
Wait, on the side you're at?
Yeah. We did
Oh,
main
yeah, we're fine. We're
and
about to
one
finish
next
this
to my
gen.
hook.
Yep, that's fine. We're doing these ones. The middle one, I'll go do the middle one after this one.
I offloaded my token, so it should have a decent amount of progress.
Yep. Yeah, we had it pretty far done, but she kept kicking it.
I keep forgetting to click my retro button.
Mm-hmm. You have to put yourself into the habit.
Yeah.
No, my fucking exhaustion is truly 99.
Because I set up my stream marker like months ago, and I think I've used it like 4 times.
I got the blind there, what? It was like behind her. How did I hit that?
Hi there.
That gen has progress and it's not been kicked yet. Oh, she's gonna kick it now. She's kicking it now.
It's like half. I'm sure she's.
Oh.
I was a little bit too far. A little bit too far.
Yeah, there's no pallets around here. There's just that window. Um. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't like that. Oh no. Like my charms, I haven't seen them yet, guys.
It is a deer charm. It is a flag that has black, white, grey, and green, and the trans flag.
I'll have a look in a second. I'm dead.
Oh.
I didn't even know.
Let's go OBS settings after stream. Oh god. I can go through with it on the weekend because it's a lot. It's a lot of settings, and it's attuned to me and my internet, and it won't be attuned to your internet.
Yeah, setting up OBS
Because
is
that's...
a hassle.
There is... I can send you a good video of with some useful tips and links on it, because it's... Yeah, it's all based on what your internet speeds are. Mostly. Yeah, she's not letting us do this, Jen.
I'll see your charms. Oh wait. Show charms?
Suddenly started happening? Yeah. I tried to up my settings and that immediately tanked my streams. Made me super laggy.
Oh my. And the green one is, what's the green flag?
I don't know. I feel like it's Aero Ace related. Yeah, she just does not want this gen done.
Hey Google.
Hey Google.
Is it agender?
Maybe. Oh, good for 2 hours and then sudden freezes? That is weird. It's not your internet, is it?
That's cool, Cart.
Like your internet isn't dropping out or anything? I tried.
Interesting.
Does she actually give
Flag is video
chase?
questioning. It's black, white, and green, and it's like it's in like the trans color pattern. So it's like the black and the
Encoding lagging. Yeah, I reckon your internet's not. Your internet might be going through dips where it's not strong enough to handle everything that's going on stream. Would be my guess.
If it's encoder, then that's a problem with
Yeah.
like it could be using too much performance.
Yep. They're saying it happens every 2 hours ish. So it might be the internet dropping and then the PC just going, I can't do this no more.
Ray, if you want to screenshot your OBS settings and your computer specs, if you can find those as well, I can try and see if there's anything that you need to change. Might be the queer flag. I can search right now. I can search right now. DVD price. Just because it are the names under the names. Holy chat, I'm so genius. This is the agenda flag.
Nice. Oh, that was the last one needed.
Agenders, they don't associate with a particular gender, I think. Which, I don't know the difference between that and non-binary is.
Fucking Noah. Was not expecting that. Was not expecting Noah at all.
Yeah. So, non-binary is for stuff that's not exclusively female and male. Like
Yeah, they don't. They flow between the few, and I assume agender is just middle sitting.
There's so many different terms for like things that are sort of similar but a bit different, and it's just I can't keep up. Like, I know like the baseline, just like non-binary, trans.
It's under the
stuff
umbrella.
Like and then
Yeah,
anything else,
it's
I'm
under the
like, I have
umbrella.
to research to figure out what it is.
Yeah, I do not remember off the top of my head. I think it might be dead. I fell asleep. I think Cut wishes they had that skill. Where were the gates?
One near where they got named. They had no way out.
Definitely. No way out, no ed. Maybe endgame build? Because I didn't see any slowdowns.
Skipped frames due to rendering lag, encoding lag.
Okay, I think both of the...
Was it only 200 frames? Because 200 frames is not too bad. But if it's like a constant
Oh, there's the
thing
no ed.
after
No
a
ed's in the fucking middle.
memory usage.
Are both of the gates down here? I think they're both down here.
Yeah, we could put the VOD back. How long was it lagging for? Because if you're at 60 FPS and it's only got 200 frames, not too bad.
Hopefully the other Sable can do the door.
So you could lower your preset a little bit. You're using the rank.
That fucked me up good. Nice. Go Sable, go! Get out of here! Be free! Sable.
When the charms in our whiteboard? Oh, okay.
Sable! She might have blood water and leave! She's got an endgame build, I'm scared. Just leave, please! I'm nervous. Phew, I got worried there. You're on PC, right?
Who, Ray? Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Agitation and
Freezing.
Interesting.
Yeah, strange build. I did not realize the agi either. Like, at all.
You got all the pride drops? Yay!
Hmm. Yeah, I got all my pro drops today.
Mine took forever.
And is it only the stream freezing, nothing else? Like no, like not your whole PC?
Yeah, it'll just be like OBS lagging.
Because yeah, I feel like it might just be the PC either isn't keeping up or the internet's doing it funny. Only stream. Yeah, you can see that my model's lagging now, and that's how I know my PC is running hot and it doesn't know what it's doing. And that's because B's here. 2 models makes my PC lag. If I had a third one, I think it would blow up.
It's the PC's hot because we're hot.
Yes! The less clothes I have, the more it blows up. Let's see if I can find the setup video. Because there's this link that you can use. But I forgot what it's fucking called, and it gives you like this... the details for what your internet can do. But I can't fucking remember. Yeah, the more advanced your model is, the more stuff it has on it, the more laggy it's gonna get to, depending on your PC specs.
It's a 2K model? Oh my god, don't even get me started. I was watching Spirit stream this morning, and she was using the 4K model, and I was like, Carl, you're playing Minecraft, you gotta use the 2K model. Oh my god. Because it's saying encoding encoding lag, and your encoder is your GPU, so it could be a GPU issue. Could just, but if it was like at the end of your stream, were you doing anything like intensive at the end of your stream? Because it could be that. You have a 5900X and a 3070 Ti. That should be fine. So I don't know. Could just be something fucky wucky. I did it on the just playing game. Because I just finished DVD game and I started doing that. Interesting. I'm not sure.
It's the unknown.
Oh, okay. I don't know what my challenge is. Oh, I forgot to switch it.
My challenge is just do gens.
I had to offload my potential, but I forgot to switch it. So I already finished it.
Okay, I think they have the Gen Kick Aura Perk.
Hi, card.
I'm getting stuck on a pipe. LOL. No, I don't want to go to basement. Nope, that's fine.
Nowhere to hide? Oh, lord.
I dropped the pallet in the bottom of this building, so don't use it.
Wait, which building is that? The house?
The main building, this preschool.
Oh, okay.
They're leaving me, they're leaving me.
I forget there's multiple houses on this one.
Yeah, there's house downstairs, house, 2-story house,
Russian?
shack, and the preschool. These are making me laugh so wiggly.
Russian.
They wiggle when I blink. Yeah, nowhere to hide. I reckon it was nowhere to hide. I forgot to friend my fucking ads.
We'll do ad
Wow, I was too busy doing other things.
It's okay.
I'm gonna run 30 and then we'll do some after this.
Oh,
I blow up my gen. LOL.
we're infected after we did the gen. Interesting.
I'm not.
What add-on
I'm
is that?
safe. Oh, it's doing double ads? Oh, I don't even know anymore. I assume it does it to healthy survivors. Okay, it just ran 30 seconds of ads on top of 3-minute ads. Thanks,
no.
Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. I appreciate that. That's mad nice of you. That's why I said ads a hit CC, ads a hit CC, because I played 30 seconds, but then I overrid it and did 3 minutes. Ads upon ads upon ads. It's ad deception. Who is on this hook?
Sorry, Jen.
Oh, it's a little princess.
Why am I
Where did they go?
infected?
You don't see me.
They're going. I think they're main. It's like
Yep,
one.
no, they're heading over now.
Oh, okay, okay.
He likes me for my body. I'll go for the unhook. Did you put your foot on the PC? Wait, what?
Trying to get the girl now? Oh god, carve. No, no, no.
No? Okay, phew.
Don't come.
I might be fucked. I'm definitely fucked. Bugger. It's an angle grinder? That's what I always said about my mom has like the worst feet ever. They are very, like the soles are really thick. And she got this thing she called the cheese grater to like, it literally takes off that piece of your foot, like the thick part of your foot that you cheese grate off. Like you sand it away because it's dead skin. And I'm like, bitch, this is gonna take hours. Get an angle grinder. So now we call it the angle grinder. Can he leave me alone? Oh my god. He's so obsessed with me.
He had like a husk. Like after
Yeah, there's a
TP,
husk right next to the school.
and then it disappeared.
Oh, they leave a husk, but it's only a temporary husk. It disappears after time.
Oh god.
I'm gonna get rid of that one.
Oh, yeah, true.
Alright, I'm taking him to Killer Shack.
Oh my god! Give us a second card. One moment, dude.
Alright, I'm heading up to get Carp. I feel like I need to do gens and all I've done is unhooks. Oh!
I'll come over and help you guys go.
Oh, there's a husk right next to a hook. That's fucked up.
We've done shack. I'll get it. We've done shack.
There's two fucking husks
TP to
here,
this
going
one.
this way.
Oh my god, he whiffed. Hi there. How you going? Nice to meet you.
I would like to be healed. I was watching it, Mr. Tyler, yeah. What are you doing? Three masters in equality and society and specialized in queer studies and disability. Worked in pride charities for 1,000 years. Non-binary is considered an umbrella term, much like trans or bi-identities, and agendered was correct as in non-identifying with any binary gender.
Yeah.
I've seen it discussed as gender void. Is androgynous under that? Or is that when you feel both sides? Is it like the opposite? Is it like the complete opposite?
So, agender's not identifying with like,
Either. I don't. Oh, come this way.
with anything, not just male or female, but like
And is
anything else.
yeah, is androgyny when you identify as both? Keep running. Keep running.
I'm running.
Keep running to Killer Shack. to kill a shack with you. I'm hoping they want me, but
Oh my.
we shall see. Yeah, they want me. They want my Puthe.
Yeah, androgynous is.
Fuck, that was a good shot. Did it bounce off the window? Oh, did he leave? I think he just left. Oh, okay.
It's kind of hard
Meow,
to
meow, meow.
explain it when, you know, Carp's the one that kind of has to explain how he feels.
What? Oh, are you
He did
downstairs?
tell me, but I don't think it's my place to explain that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna push anything under you. Just because you have both appearing features does not mean you identify with both appearing features. You don't
Oh,
have
hi.
to. I'm so boned right now.
But I did tell Carp that how he feels is valid and it is okay.
Mhm.
And, you know, if he wants to feel a certain way, then he can do that. You know? Don't feel pressured into aligning with society standards, I guess.
I am a very feminine person, and I like my feminine identity. I used to think I wanted to be a boy for a very long time, but that was family trauma, actually.
Oh, he's coming back to hook. Oh, why me? Leave me alone. Oh wow. What is this? Is this wiretap?
I'll get rid of this. Fuck off.
Let's see.
I think people keep forgetting to get rid of his little husks.
Ballot.
Yeah.
Get him, Claudette!
Yeah. No, I need you, Rusty.
Claudette!
Did she try? At least she tried.
She did try. Just a little delayed of a reaction.
Yeah, she's a little fairy princess. You be nice.
Nice try, Claudette.
Oh, okay. He didn't see me, I guess. Oh, it's fucking downstairs. I keep forgetting it's downstairs. Meow, 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 meow. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm considered under the non-binary, because like I do feminine and that middle ground are fine to me, but I do not like masculinity, or like I don't want to be any sort of masculine. I don't want he him pronouns. I don't want any of that. Buh. I don't have head on, I'm sorry. I don't have it on!
I'm not watching Frank game.
I just climbed in a locker because I was scared.
There is something I need you can say, that's right. Exactly.
Like, I even thought I was asexual, but I think it was just my medication fucking me up. And taking away all of my sex drive and all of my horny. Which was really mean.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. Surge.
Eruption? No, the Surge, that's too far for Surge.
Oh.
Maybe.
Isn't Surge and Eruption the same?
No, no. Oh, not Eruption. The Nemesis one.
Oh.
Is it called Eruption? Missed. Labels confusing. A little bit. The labels themselves aren't confusing, it's figuring out what labels you identify with that are. No. You may have that.
How would someone go about, like, how would someone who, you know, they research all of, like, There's got to wait. What am I saying?
Ah, bugger.
Because there would be people that wouldn't align with like
Oh, I did not
Any
know. I
of
thought it was beamering.
the. What am I trying to say? They just weren't aligned with anything.
There's labels for that, I guess. Like labelless.
Yeah.
Because there's labels for everything.
An already defined identity, yeah.
Okay, this is what I think it is. Not much I can really do here, to be honest. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, all of our gens are in a row.
You'll just use cryonic cases and encompasses a lot, yeah. If you don't feel cis, then you can be under clear.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Sorry.
Comfort people who also just use the terms. Yeah, that's understandable. Because I know a lot of people that like they go
Give me the leg wrap.
they identify as trans, but you know they're not like specifically like male or female,
Oh,
and they
finish
could,
your gen.
they
Get a
could
bubble.
identify more with non-binary, like, but they also use the trans label.
Oh, so like not transitioning trans?
It's
Like that, or?
it's because it's something that I personally don't like align with. I'm not too knowledgeable on how it works. And again, it's just how people feel sometimes. They might align with multiple labels.
Because trans is not aligning with the gender, the sex you were given.
You're assigned you're assigned
Yeah.
sex. So it could be
That's
anything
rude.
else. So
Oof, good shot.
technically, if you're like non-binary, also considered trans.
Yeah, it's not on the umbrella. Oh, I'm in the car.
Or yeah,
My nose!
What the heck?
My nose!
They were invisible.
Cleared out my nose. Yeah, his has collision for some reason, his Mari.
Turn my PC off and check what happened. Okay. Was my first unknown game. Unknown to me how to play. It's okay. You did great.
Oh, by carp.
That was your first unknown game. You got some really good shots on with your power.
GG, GG.
So you did really
Lagging
good for your
again.
first unknown game.
Meow, 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 meow. Straight jumping it.
Ads.
Oh, ads time, yes. Oh, well, I don't need to run ads anymore. Since it fucking decided to run 3 minutes worth.
Oh, one ads.
That was rude. I hunger for things that aren't beans. I have some soy crisps. They're okay. but they are very crunchy.
Share.
Soy crisp for you.
Thank you. Oh, my challenge. Oh god. Oh, 4 points. Door.
Oh, did I? Oh, I did my challenge. Nice. Sabo. You must unhook a survivor who's unhooked you earlier in the trial. I can do that.
Model Friday, yippee! So they will back. What's this for? Let's snap really loud. The PC is quieter. Oh god. Hexgar? Isn't that from Ghostbusters?
Hmm?
Hexgars?
Yeah. Ghostbusters.
No, not Ghostbusters.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo. Oh my god.
Scooby-Doo.
Ah, they're basically the same at that point.
Bro, I just want a La Bao Bao. Is it La Bao Bao or La Boo Boo?
Labubu.
La Boo Boo. Do you have a La Boo Boo?
Ghostbusters. No, I think they're the most overrated ugly things ever. I'm sorry.
Aw. I think
don't
they're
like
kind of
them.
cute.
I
I like the colorful ones.
Damn, I wish.
You're gonna up to the Hex Girl because that's what was on their profile, by the way.
That one, Wait, what?
I checked Hex Girl's profile and it said, I just want a La Boo Boo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're gonna say that from the wrong franchise and you're gonna diss their La Boo Boos. Damn. What a great start.
There was this one girl from the Ghostbusters animated show
It's Trapper.
that I had a very big crush on.
From the what? From what show?
The Ghostbusters animated show.
Huh. I was down to clown with every single one of the Hex Girls. Dawn was a big inspiration, but I like the green one the most. In my tournament, we named our team the Hex Girls.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know, DVD hexes. It made sense.
No.
Yep. Oh, hello! Thank you for raiding! One sec. I'm eating a soya crisp. Oh, I didn't get enough gen dewage. That's so sad.
I'm going base. They have iron grass, but it's gonna be base.
Oh. Yeah, Bateman. Wabble. Rip. But Seal, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. If you got a raid and run, please do that. I do not mind. Get some food, get some water, get some rest. I do not remember a Ghostbusters animated film. I know what it looked like, but I don't remember watching
It's
it.
a show.
Yeah, I know. It was never on my TV. Scooby-Doo was. My tummy hurts.
Wait, no, not this one. The other one.
Oh. I don't know.
There was that Ghostbusters animated one. Extreme Ghostbusters.
How the
That's
game
the
been?
one.
My games have been good. My tummy hurts though, because I was forced to drink pilk.
Hey,
Full of pilk. No, it's making my tummy hurt. It's full of milk.
Pilkin.
I'm lactose intolerant. Oh my god. Very good beverage? No, don't be a pilk enjoyer.
Chat, if anybody knows what Extreme Ghostbusters is, you guys will know who I'm talking about.
Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Heldy. I'm a cat vampire VTuber. I play a lot of DVD. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm from Australia. And I'm joined with B here, who is currently a butterfly shark VTuber. She, her, she. Puppy girl sometimes. Puppy girl went 2D, right? Oh. Are the ears puppy?
Yes.
On this one?
No.
No.
Oh, Huntress level.
There is many identities to the blue one, okay? Just blue tuber. Dark Nine, welcome. Have I given you a fun fact? No, because this is your first time message, so.
Blue tuber.
You've not given me a
while
fun
drinking
fact.
Blue Coke.
No, that's why you like the blue pill.
Yeah.
You're weird. Oh, he's coming over here.
Can I show you the character of this game? You'll understand. She's very. Oh my.
Kaneki lubes his tentacles goodbye. By the way, it's cherry flavored.
What? What?
See, I don't like.
The lube? Cherry
I would
flavor?
assume so. Maybe the tentacles. I don't like cherry flavored stuff because it always ends up tasting medicinal. A horrible medicinal cherry. Can't confirm. 8 tentacle.
Hear the fellow.
For real, for real.
Folks! I just got
Wow!
healed. Hey.
I'm so bad at this game.
There's gonna be a trap there. I jumped over the trap.
Damn.
I've got long legs.
I'm not too worried about making noise because I don't think he's gonna stick around. Thank you for the like!
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
please take
just
care of yourself. Thank you
staying
so much. And yeah, for those that are new here, we are fundraising for Gamers Outreach for the VTuber Summer Slam. That's why we're in bikinis in the middle of winter for us.
What if I don't make it? Can I steal this?
I know, I have a heated blanket on my leg and yeah, that's why I'm making them. And I'm wearing a sweater. But yeah, we are raising funds to bring gaming to kids in hospitals. Let me heal you, and we'll go do an extraction.
Okay.
8 Common Gorgons to still play.
Your name's
8 is outrageous. 2 are at least on holiday right now.
Oh, Kylie Griffin. Oh, dude. Oh.
Okay, be free. Oh wait, we don't need to do an extraction. They saved already. I thought someone was in the basement right now.
He's right there. Hello.
Yeah, he's right underneath us. I'm gonna drop this way.
Would not. I'm sorry, Trapper. Why?
Wait, what? Were you upstairs?
Yeah,
Oh,
he,
yes,
like,
everyone.
he made his way onto the balcony very quick.
Yeah. I thought he was chasing someone. There you are, bestie. Hello. Do you want a flashbang? My gift to you.
Yeah, you thought! You thought! You
You
thought!
had the perk? You had the sable perk? Oh my god, peak perk. Are you? Yeah, you are injured. Come here. I've just been sitting on Jen's. This is Jen sitting. I assume all of his traps are near... Where the hell is the Gen? Near the basement? Is there a Gen in basement?
What perk makes it so he can swing really fast while he's carrying?
Coup? Oh, not coup.
Because he just swung 3 times in a row, like, within a
Agi
second.
Iron, it's the funny Demogorgon perk. Mad Grit. Yeah, Trout's got it. Mad Griticus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a basement build if I've ever seen one. So I'm kind of surprised he put you here. The funny Legion perk, yeah, that all the Demogorgons use. Demoshmorbin. Fuck!
Good job.
Oh, that scared me!
That's a good trap. okay, okay, step out of the trap.
What the fuck? You opened it! Did it reset?
Yeah, reset. Go, 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 go! Wait.
I did not know they reset.
Oh no, he's after you.
No. Stop it. I don't know where the fuck his traps are,
I'll
so I'm
stay
just gonna
around
run
just in
across
case.
the map.
Flashbang. Try to go down, not near a wall.
Well, I won't try, but I'm just trying to run away from where the Gen's... well, the basement is, truly. Bum, 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 bum,
Imagine he has
bum,
light on.
Maybe. Maybe he hears your thoughts.
Did I just jinx it? Probably. Yeah, shut
Maybe.
my mouth.
Whee! I'm against a wall. I'm sorry. Nah, you need to do it when they're in the middle of the pickup animation.
You would have heard it anyways.
Yeah. You used to be able to sweep straight through them and drop it, but I think they can't do that anymore. I usually twice, no, not usually twice. Cause usually it closes when you get a teammate to open it. So that's why I was just standing there, catching my breath. No, they can't. I was being good.
Oh.
Thank you for the head pats. I will be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Please don't yell.
Swanging it.
Oh fuck, it's Huntress's lullaby, I forgot. I can't look away! Anti-streamer perk.
Oh my lord. I know what you mean now.
Must be Agi Iron, Mad Grit, Huntress's lullaby.
Yeah.
City is the opposite of standing. Don't blow this gen or I'll cry. Well, that'll stop it. Uh-oh.
Oh, never mind. Oh my lord.
Oh, that somehow worked.
We're in gender discussion. It's okay.
The wood slats give him away so bad. He's Michael Jacksoning this bitch. Ah, unfortunate. Oh, you get the gen though. Hopefully, maybe, maybe not. Ah, so close.
I should have picked up that
If you didn't kick it, you would have got it.
What am I doing? Hey.
That's empty. It's empty toolbox.
Oh.
Alright, he's picking. Go, go, go. No, no, no. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Oh no. That was scary. The Mad Grit Agi is terrifying.
Oh, he got fucking stuck. Oh my god.
Meow. Girls are rolling out. Hex, come save me. Hex, help me. I'll give you another flashbang. Eee.
Sure, Michael Jackson.
Let me. Oh, you got. Ooh, that's hot. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
Where is he? I don't know where he is. Leave it a follow. Lazy, welcome. He's still main, on me still, we're at greenhouse.
Right, I'm gonna go craft a bang.
Get that bang, get that bang, get that bang. Nope. That's a good place for a pallet. Why is there another pallet there? I'm blind.
Well, I tried. Yeah. Look, I got a person. Time to go. You don't want me. I taste like pilk. I taste like pilk. You don't want me.
I'd have a taste.
My pee-pee probably tastes like pilk
it?
right now. You don't want me. It's pilk in this bitch. Pilking it up. Meow, 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 meow. Everyone loves pilk? No. No, no, no. Hehehe. I like his mind gaming, it's very cute. Get out, Sables. Get out while you still can.
Fan has popped out. Oh my god. Carp, it like flew out. What the heck? Yeah, Carp, your fan's NFT now.
Be free, my sisters. Be free.
Yeah, I did say that the fan on the GPU was at its end of its life.
Oh, did it die?
Yeah, it fell off the bearing.
Oh no, it's dead. Resets 2 seconds after a server escapes from it. Okay, you got value there. You got a lot of value there. And yep, it was Mad Grit, Agi, Iron, and a Lullaby. GG's Hex. I hope you have a good next game.
GG's.
I'm sorry I didn't give you your last flashbang. I owe you a flashbang. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. I need to go to the bathroom.
Hi, Chad. The bot's in charge. Oh no. Not the bot. Oh my lord. Robot uprising, chat. I'm telling you. How's everybody done? Chat. I'm in so much pain. I don't know. Vinylic seal? I probably butchered that pronunciation. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Hold this eclipse and ow! How conflicting. What's happening? Will you hold this eclipse in me? I don't know. $30k each to 15 for all 3. The dailies got gutted. What's this on? On DVD? Yeah, yeah. I never even did the dailies, whatever they were called. I think I had the same dailies because I think if you didn't do them, did they? I think they stayed the same because they always were the same whenever I looked at them. I have no be chased for 60 seconds. What do you mean? What the heck? Why can't I pin this one? You could replace one per day, cause then I just never touch them. Cause they'd always just give me the killer challenges, and I never play those killers. So why won't it let me pin this one? Help! Fair enough, yeah. I don't know. That one's bugged. Yeah, well, obviously, because the fun. Complete-ish? Oh, okay. Interesting. Love that. Love to see it. Oh, 5K and I would have finished that. Stinks. You used to know me well. This new PC should be soon? Yeah, hopefully. When did you say I was gonna get there? When are you gonna get it? I think tomorrow. Yippee! Exciting. Excited. It's just a center orbit where I live now. Hi, Helgi. You okay?
I will not recover from this.
Oh no, what happened? Is it the milk?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know, I still have more pilk to drink.
You don't have to.
I'm exploding from the inside. It's not pretty. See, my partner's so lucky. They're gonna disappear for a whole weekend and not suffer this because, oh my god, the Dutch oven would go crazy. Oh, my tummy hurts. Jesus Christ. No, it doesn't taste good. Bryce, you are not a pilk enjoyer. What? You are not one of them.
Milk is so good.
And no, I've been living off of oat milk for a really long time now. So the moment you put milk in there, it just kind of goes.
You think you male?
I still eat cheese though.
It's not like a
Place where I be.
If that's how you feel, Carp, then that's, you know, that's
All right, last of the pilk.
that's the book. You feeling
Ooh,
inspired?
something about it just tastes off. Ugh.
And you can always.
I think I added too much milk.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly milk with a hint of Pepsi.
Gosh.
And that's why I'm not fully in love with it. Ooh.
How's the
Yeah, that
Hello,
hurts.
Pilk Enjoyers. Yes! Yes, the Pilk Enjoyers.
If I disappear in the middle of this match, you will know why.
See, Halsey, what do you think?
The
What do you
lactose
think?
is caught up.
What do you think
Ooh.
of Kylie?
Oh, I'd let her ruin me.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have your Discord on stream right now, do you?
No.
Cool.
Kylie Griffin, guys, set her up. Oh, Lord.
Thank you for the follow.
Guess hail or is it? I think it's guess hail. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, my Dumby. Who is it? It's Springtrap.
Miss Springtrap. Okay.
Where's the door? The door's right there.
Open the door.
Woo! Lash the door, bitch!
Oh man.
Indeed, open the door.
Why is there so many rat sounds?
Oh, look at the place. It'd be infested with rats. Went NSFW a few hours ago? Not that I remember.
Oh, the fucking
Was somebody up there?
the cruise one. I'm up here. I'm on the upstairs bed.
No, not that one. The other one.
Okay. The lab one?
Surprised you aren't running Sprint Burst? Me? Never. I do not like Sprint Burst. So we're turning chat off.
Full of jump scares.
You're relatively new, just had a bad
Yeah.
experience with killers. I don't know if
The
it's
zombies are
chat on after
broken.
that.
They've been doing that for a while. They've probably been doing that the whole time they've been in the game, but they can jump whole floors through holes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. That's funny.
It happened to me on the theater map with the den in the cinema room.
That is
the
hilarious.
projector.
I think with DBD, sorry for that burp. Oh my god. You really just have to fucking ignore everyone else. I have names off because seeing TTV stresses me out, but in-game chatters make me laugh because usually they have the IQ of a walnut. Like, they feel like you need to play in a way that prioritizes their fun when you paid just as much for the game and just as much for the killers. You get to play however you want. Like, I totally understand being upset if you die almost immediately because someone tunnels you out, that's one thing. But even then, I'm still not harassing killers in endgame. I just give them a GG, good luck, go next. Like, I just don't care.
There's like, oh my god, there's like the gameplay banter, but as soon as you take it outside of the game, then it's like,
Yeah, if someone calls you a slur, just report them.
yeah. Like when I'm playing the game, I might say, fuck you or something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
But it's never serious. And then
That's
I
why I have names
don't
off.
bring
is
that
so
into
that
endgame chat or into stream.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just
That's why I have names off, is because I am horrifically...
yeah.
I need to know what people are saying about me. Which means I end up going and watching the VOD back and getting my feelings hurt.
Yeah, I get that.
The fuck? What the
Like-
fuck is this animation?
When I was on my break, I was playing a
Ooh,
lot of Billy,
hello.
and I accidentally, I went against a 4-man TTV, and they were Sable squad, okay, and they were all using, like, the cosmetics aren't wildly different on Sable, so they all looked pretty
No.
similar.
Ooh.
Um,
Oh, I have people complain about it all the time, and I'm like, if you are the same fucking survivor, the names are off, I don't give a fuck, that's not my problem. I'm playing Billy, I'm going for cooldowns and shit, I'm not here to protect your peace. I'm here to hit a clip.
One of the TTVs was like kind of a
Sorry.
bit salty that I accidentally tunneled. It was completely unintentional. I literally ran into it with a chainsaw from like a like cross map chainsaw run.
My bad.
You know, if I'm
Gaming run hook at the
chainsawing
end,
across
letting her sleep.
the map, if I hit you, I'm gonna hook you. Okay, I'm sorry.
New players, I fear as well. Well, new players get put against new players, and new player survivors have this horrible chip on their shoulder. Horrible. Like, your more experienced players can also be awful, but most of the time they're like, whatever, I can go next in like 2 minutes. Is he coming back to... Yes, he is.
I think it's just
I think
because
some VD.
for new players it might seem like a little bit unbalanced.
Yep. that they got targeted when they didn't.
Yeah.
They just died.
The more you play the game, the more you can kind of, like, you can look at a situation, you'll be like, yeah, it was probably like what I did wrong in this situation,
Yep.
or
Oh my god, holy fuck, the amount of people that will come into my chat and complain about a game, and I so badly wish there was a replay feature to see what actually happened.
yeah.
Because I feel like it's not as straightforward as a lot of people say. They're like, oh, everybody sucks and this is why. And I'm like, are we sure?
Yeah. The more you play the
We
game,
sure.
the more you'll understand the situations that should actually piss you off.
Yeah. And it's DBD and their bugs. What the
The
fuck?
game is a buggy fucking mess right now.
That looked very
He's
funny.
still on you.
Yep.
Oh, you're in the same room as us.
Bum, bum, bum.
No idea if I'm telling half the time. Like, yeah, literally, as killer, it is so stressful to, like, playing killer is a whole different, like,
Oh yeah.
experience.
You gotta tune it
it's
out
it's
a
a
lot of the
completely
time.
different game. And the whole time you have to be attentive to what you're doing.
You have to maintain 4 different people and
Yeah.
all the gens.
Yeah. You have, what?
That's why a
That's
lot
9
of killers will
objectives.
just tunnel the fuck out of one person at the start of the match, because maintaining 3 people is so much easier.
Is this
Then maintaining 4.
7 gens, right? And then there's 4 survivors. So that's what, 11 different points, like points of interest that you have to look out for the whole game. No,
Ooh, somehow I dodged that.
as well as trying to use your power and stuff like that, and use your perks. Playing killer is extremely stressful, and
Just ripping on Billy with the Eerie add-on with the engravings.
like, if your
Life
brain
is
turns
good.
off for a split second, you could be doing, you could
Oh
like
yeah, you've lost 3
accidentally
gens.
tunnel someone, or you know, yeah. Because as soon as your brain turns off, you basically lose the game.
That's why there was discussions of adding Corrupt Intervention as base kit.
Oh no! Did you hear that there's base tenacity and unbreakable in the next chaos? Apparently.
Yeah, in Chaos, I don't feel like that's a bad idea.
Yeah. See, my brain turned off. We're already done. Oh, no.
I just did Cops thing. I just did Cops thing. Except I did it in 2 different lockers. He was gonna swing, so I jumped in a locker and he swung. So I come out of the locker and I jumped in the next door locker and he swung again. That was such a long loop. My god, how many gens is that? Don't tell me it was 1, I'll cry.
No, you did great. You did great. I don't know how to get up there. Where's that? Is it like one of the?
It's on the stairwell of the upstairs.
Oh.
Yep.
He's next to a door.
Oh my lord, my tummy hurts.
Gum. Oh, dear.
Where is he coming from?
Oh, I has axe.
Oh, right there.
The closed door is gonna be nice.
He does not want me. That's very nice.
Close the agenda. Got. You can. It's.
I cannot answer these questions for you
I
as
got a
much as I wish
bird.
I could.
I got a bird
Oh,
for
shit.
sitting on the bloody exit gate door.
Lol.
What the heck?
You're at the other door?
No, I was at the door that was halved. It was
I'm
like
at a
right next
full
to your
door.
lock.
Meow, 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 meow. Look at automatic. Yeah, it'll delete. It won't delete the message. It'll just turn it into like apostrophes. It has to go on the Discord.
I got 2 birds!
So
Leave me alone!
He
Nice
knows
bird.
where you are.
Go. No!
Did he ask you a question? Need to be healed.
Does my Discord link get created on your channel?
No,
Oh, okay.
because it's a bot.
Oh, yeah.
It's a mod bot. When mod bots comment, it's fine. Does he chase me? Nope, he wants you. You are the chosen one. I don't know where anyone is. I want to be healed. Oh, there they are. Come here, Pookie. If you're on the... I think if you're slugged, it doesn't count for birding. Because there's not much you can do about it. Oh, please, please. Oh, thank you, Meg.
It's... The birds are a big issue. Because it'll give him notifications, won't it?
Yep, he knows where you are if you have a bird.
Wow, that's... Love this game right now. Love this game.
Yeah, yep. It was like meant to help prevent... What was it? Meant to help prevent? Just people not doing anything?
Okay. Do you want to come to...
Oh, my
the door?
toes! I'd love to right now.
Whereabouts are you?
Oh.
That shouldn't be even a question on this.
Yeah.
Map. It's terrible. Like, I only know like 2 points of interest in this map.
Oh, I made it, I made it, I made it, I made it. Literally my toolbox. Oh my god, that was scary.
I don't know where I'm going.
That was scary. Jesse, welcome. Thank you for rating me. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Just go around the edge of the map and you'll find a door.
They did
There you go,
a
there's
whole-
an exit up to your left.
Oh. They did a whole update for
Welcome!
no next thing,
I
but
heard you
then
had a
they
good
make it
stream.
a requirement to like sit there on hook for 5 minutes if everybody's hooking.
Yeah, yeah. Look, they're experimenting with some ideas. They're experimenting.
They have a good...
Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good... Where'd you go? There you are. If you had a good stream, if you got a raid and run, please do that. Take care of yourself. Get some food, get some water, get some rest. I do not mind. Were you doing some DVD?
Hi, Jesse.
But yeah, welcome in. I am Halsey. I'm a cat vampire VTuber. I play a lot of DVD. I use she, they pronouns. I'm from Australia. And I'm joined here by B, who is a butterfly enjoying puppy girl shark VTuber. Hey, get up me!
Hey.
Enjoyer of blue and sharks. Don't you bite me. I'll bite you back.
Please.
Bite you. And yeah, we are participating in the VTuber Summer Slam, so that's why we are just in bikinis.
Yes.
That's why we are the bikini babes. Would I be allowed to join for a few? Yeah, absolutely, if you want to. You just have to wear summer clothes, and I'm pretty sure you have some for Dwight. That's the only requirement if you want to join our lobbies right now. Crazy physics. I promise it's just the names. They make it look way worse. And if you mean the ears, yeah, that's intentional.
Sharon Blahages. Oh my god.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Dwight looks great.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow. VTuber avatar is adorable. You guys call me adorable? B's
Was a
the
weird
adorable
way
one.
to say I could make Blahages. I wish I could make. You can on my stream. I have a Blahage redeem, and for every
Yeah,
bit,
not as exciting.
it sends one little Blahage. So if you send 100
One little blush.
if you send 100 Blahages, if you send 100 bits, it'll send 100 Blahages.
Alright, I'm coming. Oh, I need to play some ads real quick. Let me play some ads.
Oh my gosh. Hey! I got.
Alright, I'm coming. I'm gonna bring you like 1,000 bits.
I hope it's still.
Oh, are they cheaper on
working.
desktop? I think they're cheaper on desktop.
Yes.
They're on
Quite a
desktop.
lot. And I don't even think you get as many with the lowest amount on mobile. You get like 9.
You remember they used to just hand them bitches out? Ugh,
Yeah.
that was the life.
Remember when Twitch had like the friend ability, and you could see like what friends,
You could
like,
see. Oh my
streams your
god.
friends are watching?
I had a quote unquote friend.
Wait. No,
Oh no!
no.
Robbed!
I'm trying to figure it out. Wait. Where's the bits? Why is the bits turned off? Oh no.
Yeah, before I send 1,000.
Hold on. Not 1,000. Halsey, no.
What? I got paid.
No. Oh
I got paid.
Okay, wait. Let me.
Alright, I went to 1,000 then.
Let me send. Wait. I don't know how I'd be able to. Wait. Let me. How many was it? 100? I'll just send. That's not.
Oh, sorry, are you playing ads?
5.
play some
I'll
ads.
throw them. I'll play the ads after this. Wait. Oh no. Oh,
Is it
no.
on now?
This 100. You just. What the heck? Why is it? One second.
I can see!
There you go. There's the 100.
Machine gun. I saw the machine gun you on my screen, but I don't see the blush. That is so funny.
Thank you for the 100 BDs. We sent 5,000. Yeah, you guys nearly
It's
cracked
gonna
my
be
PC.
infinitely funnier.
No. Oh god.
It's still going. Go, my blush. Be free. Holy shit! I may have fucked up.
Oh. Oh no. Oh.
It's still going.
Oh no. Oh wait. Oh no. Wait. Oh no. Oh wait. No. I made it so every bit says 100.
Oh
Wait, no! Wait! Oh no! Oh! Wait, I think it should be okay. It should be. It's okay. Oh.
Holy shit! Holy shit! My face hurts from laughing.
Help!
Oh my god! I need to take my sweater off. I'm overheating. Oh my god! That was genuinely the funniest thing ever. Oh, that was so worth it. That was so worth the $34. Holy fuck. My face hurts from laughing. Oh my god. You had it set to 1 equals 100? No
No.
wonder it just kept going.
No, I think no. No. It gives me like a blush, like just like wraps around my neck.
You have a blush fur coat. Oh my god. Oh my god. My face hurts from laughing. Oh my god.
I can't breathe.
Stop, that was my face.
Oh.
That was beautiful. Holy shit, that was amazing.
Holy shit.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh. I need a second. I need a second after that one.
I regret nothing. from my POV. Stop! No. Yeah, you throw shit at me as well, but definitely not as much. No way near as much.
Super, thank you for the follow. Oh,
Thank you for the 100 biddies.
holy shit.
Thank you for all the biddies at B. Thank you for the hype train. That was
Keep going.
hilarious.
No. No. Is there a hype train?
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
see the hype train.
Yeah, there's a level 2 shared hype train.
Oh, Lord. Thank you. Okay, let me catch up. Oh, God. Loki, thank you for the 200 BDs.
Oh my god.
Jesse,
Good luck,
thank you for the
boss. You
100
got
BDs.
this.
1, 2, 3,
Oh my god, that was funny.
4.
Because my POV, there's no shock. You see, you were
Rabbit.
just getting fucking obliterated by nothing.
Thank you for the 400 BDs, Rabbit. And 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god. That sent me.
LZ, thank you for the 1500.
Of course. Anytime, babe. Anytime. That was so worth it. It just kept getting better. Hey, it's
I haven't
Braden
laughed like
Pratt.
that in so long.
Oh, dude, my face. My face hurts smiling.
Oh, someone please do this gen with me. There's 2 gens right next to each other.
Oh my god, that was beautiful.
Final destination, ominous air. Oh my gosh. He's on me. Oh
Is
yeah, I
he?
saw you. Wait. Oh wait. What am I doing? I don't. No. Where'd you go? Okay, he's at the two-story shack. God. Choo-choo. That's a key, isn't it?
Stop being mean to my cat. Stop shaking my cat.
She gets shooketh.
But I had the conductor award. Love it. I don't know. He gave me a badge, but I already had that badge.
Oh.
Oh my god. Still recovering from that. What was that?
My partner.
Oh.
Ouch. Okay, he's got nowhere to hide.
Who has ace in a hole? The heck?
The heli.
Oh,
Owie.
Where's that?
I wonder if the hitbox is the same as
that's
Huntress's or if it's bigger. I feel like it's bigger. It get bigger.
I'd assume it'd be.
Incoming.
Oh my.
A lot of ore reading, I think.
Nearly got that.
Incoming. Oh my god. Well, you guys wanted Blaha's rain. There you go. You got the Blaha rain. The Blaha.
He's low-key
Thank you.
bigger.
Both of you look cute. Thank you, Zoa. He low-key bigger? Oh, okay, yeah.
No, the hitbox.
I was like, I don't think low-key, I think he just is. He's much bigger. These fucking rabbits and their throwables, you know? Incoming.
Hear his feet.
I'm leaving.
I smell his
I don't want to
feet.
be a part of this. Oh, I don't want to smell his feet.
Oh my god.
Kate's kind of hanging around for a save as well, by the way.
I'm up against a wall. Not in the way I like.
You don't want the big scary animatronic to pin you against a wall?
He's an old fart. He's like, and he's British.
I saw your list. I don't think age is stopping you from anything.
Hey.
British? What's wrong with the Brits?
The only British man I'd be
What's wrong with
interested
the
in
Brit?
his vessel. My bad.
I'm telling my mom.
Oh, how did he whiffed that so hard? I have nothing against Mama Halsey.
Good, mumsy. That's my mumsy.
Choo-choo.
He's gonna come straight over here. This guy's got a lot of aura, if I have to guess. Barbecue and maybe
Aura
know where to hide.
maxing.
Aura max. Hey, I'm an aura max. So leave me alone.
Aura
Fuck, it's so silent, man.
You give off pink aura with hearts.
I do not. Unfortunate. Yeah, he's definitely got nowhere to hide.
I give off green aura with flies.
Meow 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 meow. Rude.
You're so, you know.
Like that everyone just immediately joined in on the here's more bits, more shock, more shock, more shock. Just couldn't believe how long it lasted.
So many sharks!
More shark.
Don't mind me. Alright, I keep pressing
Ew, that
control.
sounded wet.
I keep pressing
Meow
control.
meow 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 meow.
More shark, more shark. I love lahages.
I think I need to go to IQ and get a blush.
Just TP
don't
to
have one.
check where they were.
I don't want the big blush. I think I want to get like the medium blush. Because the plushie on my bed's getting absolutely squished to death and I don't want him to die because I got him in Japan. So I think I might get a blush to replace him.
Yeah,
I'll
my
name
big
it B.
lahage takes up more space on my bed than me. So
Yeah, I don't want to get the massive one. The really tiny one's cute too. May I have a back rub?
of course. It's okay, I can be the lahage.
Maybe I'll call mine Fluttershy.
Lahage. That's terrible. You know me.
Bliage.
Lahage.
Like a balayage?
Sure, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
I'm gonna go get my nade, my flesh nade. Blahia, blahia, blahia.
Oh my god, is this song from Fortnite?
Oh, don't do that. What the fuck?
Oh my god! Chat, I can't lie, he does have aura. I can't lie.
This guy's so sneaky.
For a very old British man, you do have aura.
Sit still! This bitch. Press the button to heal and he moved, so it made me throw my flash nade. This is fucked up. BRB, you're good. Oops. Hermitoji just hates
I just
me
get too
today.
curious. If I had turned off chat, I'd be turning that shit back on every time I get it in the game shit.
Yeah, most of the time I don't even respond, I just observe.
You TP to me. Oh
And
my
I
god,
just
you
egg
did!
them on.
How
Pissing
did you
people off is,
whiff
like,
that?
A very fun part of the endgame chat.
Why did I go that way? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Like if someone's mean to you, just sit there and literally go, ah, you mad? Ah, you mad? Ah, you big mad? Oh, you huge mad? Ah, you mad? Like that pisses them off so much. Cause then they start like just pulling out the most random shit. Like I bet you're fat, I bet you're ugly, and you're just like, ah, you mad? Nice shot.
So mad. Someone's mad. Someone's
Yo.
insecure.
You smell that? Someone. Well, you do the who, and they go, "Who asked?" Yeah, that one's my favorite. When they start complaining. You told me. Who? No, who asked, buddy? I don't fucking care. If you really want to piss them off, pull the good old Johnny Rage. Why are my blood points talking to me right now? Yeah, that one will forever be etched in my brain. Johnny Rage is like unbeatable on the shit talking. But yeah, don't take the game too seriously. Don't take people in endgame chat seriously at all. They are not worth it.
Just say GG.
Most of the time they want to piss you off.
Yeah, they just want attention.
So don't give it to them. And if they are genuinely mad, well, they're just bad. That's quite literally this game. It's just mad because bad. You're either bad because you don't understand how the game works, you're bad because you actually just don't know how to play the game, and so on and so forth.
Oh,
like,
I'm so sorry. Are you on a pallet?
literal skill issue. What's the gen? There's a gen around here, no?
That's okay. Nah, I understand.
He's TPing.
As someone who just played a very large amount of killer, it is completely understandable to get frustrated. Especially when survivors do, you know, like, every fucking game is like a bully squad. It can get really frustrating.
Oh yeah, when you get reamed.
You know, keep it to yourself. Just keep it to yourself.
Yep. Like, I love playing killer, and I still get games where I get like 1 hook, 2 hook, and they're all out because they just played better than me. Sometimes behavior throws you a fastball like that, I guess. Oh, I'll take that. What am I doing? Sometimes they're like, you know what, we're gonna keep you on your toes. We're gonna put you in a squad that is like 15k over what you have, which is already a lot.
It's dumb. Yeah. That's how I see it. Is
It happens. Yep. And they'll egg you on. They'll try and egg you on. Just don't.
yeah. Game banter's fine. Just don't bring it outside of the initial game.
Incoming.
Oh my! Oh my god! Holy fucking shit!
Fuck! You didn't see that. Oh my god, you guys did not see that. It slipped out of my hand, okay? The fuck did you get here?
I dwell on value.
Oh, nice.
She dropped me.
Drop something? Yeah. I drop it low. And to and fro.
Oh, Chad hasn't seen the render of you carrying me.
I'm in danger. Yeah! I posted it as my going live.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I like that one. We're leaving that one behind.
Oh.
Yep.
Poor Rice.
Dwight lives don't matter, I'm sorry.
No. Poor Dwight.
Stinky Dwights.
If he goes into a door, I'm just gonna open gate.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. He's kind of scary. Thank you. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted.
Where is the other door?
No clue.
Oh, it's there. Do you wanna go try and open it?
I'm gonna go smack his ass.
Okay, I'll go.
No, no, whoa, 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 whoa. You weren't supposed to know yet.
What is that? Okay, that's...
Stand still, would ya?
One of the totems
Wanna
lit up
touch
pink
you.
and I was really concerned. But it was just my map. I mean, the bee boozle one and shorter one are yet to be seen.
Well, okay, that's cool too.
No, Halsey, my Halsey.
That's like the new Hound. That's like, yeah, that's like a new version of the Houndmaster.
Let her down.
Goodbye, friend. Goodbye. He ate my hat. What a cool mechanic. Yeah, it's exactly like Houndmaster. I fucking hate that that's a thing. But, fun fact, just like he can stop you from unhooking there like that, it's the same with doors. If he has the loot bag, if you just animate, like if you do an emote, you don't get grabbed. Fun fact, you just go down. It's very dumb.
Eruption, fire up. Nowhere to hide.
It's the first wiggle check every time. They just negate so many weird things, but I feel like it doesn't list it anywhere. You just kind of find out by suffering. By having your hat bit off. It keeps biting my hat. My hat!
Please, black happy. GG's.
I did what I wanted. I smacked his butt. What is my challenge?
I didn't
Oh,
just
unhook
see-
people that have unhooked you.
I gotta unhook people. 2 people in 1 round. You can do that and just sit at hook holding X and suppose can't do anything about it. It's unfortunate. I was gonna make a desk review render using the security office, but my GPU kinda exploded. Oh my gosh, it's okay, Cart. Yeah, I noticed, Halsey. I realized once you sent it. I was like, oh no. Interesting.
It's cute. It is cute. Meow! The way she bounces on Zidane. You're silly. Can we hear meow? You can. I heard it. Oh, it has to be the first message, I think. Like, that's the only part of the message.
How did I fix that? There was a way. I think I fixed it. Is my one better?
Can you guys spam meow for me, please?
No. Oh god.
Can you just spam the fuck out of it?
Wait, I'll make my meow also trigger with meow. Oh god. I wonder.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Meow. There we go. It's working. Oh god. Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's so dumb. You can't like send X amount of things.
Rice.
That's alright, Rice has got us. Rice is Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. That's funny. Thanks, Rice. Appreciate it.
Oh my god.
I needed that. I needed
Oh, it's
that.
a Xeno.
Oh no. Oh no, and it just got into its little thing. Good one. Straight up meowing it.
Yeah, every time they send an emote, it sends it in V9. So
You fool.
when you spam emotes, it breaks my PC.
Yeah, someone vote pink. I promise, pink will win.
Oh,
You can trust me.
I'm never Gemba again.
I've never been wrong before.
Yes, you have.
No. I've never been wrong before. Put
trusted
all
you,
of your points in
Halsey,
pink.
and I lost
Put
all
your
my
life
points.
savings in pink right now. Pink will win. Your life savings in pink. Trust in the pink.
All in the pink.
Trust in the pink! I never lie!
One in the tink.
Shut up. I'll be taking your points now.
There's a little donation.
Awkward. What the fuck? Where were you going?
Within.
What the dog doing?
Hello.
Hello? Hello, hello?
Oh my god. She out to me. That's my pee.
Thank you for the follow. Writes down. Mowing continues. There you go.
Oh my god.
Oh, we might as well full heal. Come here, Stinky. I don't move this time.
Oh, my ass too fat. Can't squeeze through that.
My bad. My bad. Gee, my bad.
It's okay.
I didn't mean it. There you go. Yeah. It's like that, I guess.
Straight up meowing.
Meowky. The meowier. Meowier than thou.
What are you doing?
I don't know. That's not good. Straight up meowing it, that's all. Time to go. Yeah, time to go.
Uh-oh.
Don't look back.
Did you get him?
Yep. They're still on me! Well, it kind of worked. Oh my god, please make it, 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 please make it. I made it. Oh, I made it, 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 I made it. Yeah, you're getting fucking double stuffed here. Get flambéed, bitch!
Oh my god, Rice is drama as well. I don't have Nick.
Too bad, this
Oh,
one
my
has
ads!
headset on.
Ads! My ads! Oh, let's snooze it. Let's snooze an
Get
ads
ads.
real quick. I'm so sorry. I keep not running ads when you run ads. I gotta stop.
Meow, 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 meow.
You're so emo.
Hmm?
You're so emo.
Yeah, I'm not denying that anymore.
Do you fuck with a piece of veal?
And all time low, get the fuck away. You dodge a tail whip and it hits me, I'm going to cry.
You went that way, what the hell?
This is such a hard killer shack because there's no windows to tell where the killer is. I know, I'm such a metagamer, it's fucking awful. I can't keep my eye on the
Bryce, I'm
killer,
sorry.
I don't like it.
I just accidentally sandbagged Rice. Hold on. Here. Follow
It
me.
was a survivor. Alright, come here, please.
Rice.
Help me. Kate, help me.
Rice. Oh no, not you, Rice. What?
Thought this was Jai for half a second.
The distance, Rice.
Okay.
What the heck? LD, my brain no working right now.
My brain never working right now. My boobie? My boobie! It looks so cute.
No, you.
And then there's Dwight. Ah!
Interesting.
Hmm.
I gotta see.
Wombo combo.
Hopefully this is my second safe one. I don't know how many.
I don't seem to care about the flame turrets too much, thankfully. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Oh, they're in the main building currently? Yep. this one here, I reckon. Yeah, that's a pretty good spot. Until someone comes along and destroys it. Have you watched the Final Destination movies?
Bits and pieces of some of them. I've never like sat down and actually just watched the full movie. Movie name?
I'm tempted to watch them, but I think they're still gonna scar me.
Movie name?
Mama built a baby bitch, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, I saw a clip of the new movie on Twitter. Oh my god.
Yeah, where they fall through the floor.
The fucking... The
That
elevator
part?
bit, where the guy gets crushed by the elevator.
Just only that bit? You didn't see the rest?
I saw the whole thing! That's the
Oh, the
part
whole-
that
so
got me!
They fall through the floor from a skyrise building, and then in the panic, someone gets set on fire, and in that panic, she then stumbles into like this gas leak, which then sets the place on fire, which then panics more people. They try and go down the stairs. For some reason, the fucking stairs give way, and out drops a whole bunch more people. And then they try and take the elevator, but there's too many people on the elevator. Oh, hi.
I'm definitely afraid of heights, but like videos kind of like that don't really... I don't get it that bad, like videos. and
Not
movies.
fair. And it's like described as like the Rube Goldberg of death, and it's so true because it's so fucking comical.
Yeah.
But I also just the premise of like people jumping on a glass floor on one of those like it was one of those the build lookouts basically, where you go up
Is it
there to
not
look
the-
at the whole city.
Was that not the Seattle?
Yeah,
Space
yeah, I
Needle?
think it may have been that. I don't know if it was the needle, but it basically it is the needle. If it's not the needle, it's essentially what the needle is. It's just a lookout point. It looked like the one I went and saw in Japan. But like, who the fuck dances jumping? Like not even dancing, they're just jumping on a glass pane miles above
I'm good.
like the earth. Because
I
that's like
wouldn't
the
wanna
intro
stand on
part of just like
Well,
yeah,
hold
they're
on.
just jumping on it. They're like raving on it, and it falls through, and a whole bunch of them fall to their death. And obviously, it shows you all of that. And I was just like, "What the fuck? Nobody would do that. I promise you, nobody's like dancing and jumping on those kind of floors like that, because that is everyone's worst fear." And yeah, one guy, everybody's like made out of jelly as well, because like that elevator scene, the guy just literally turns to jelly. Yeah, because he tries, so the elevator's completely full and he's trying to squeeze in, and then the elevator's coils give way and it obviously drops the elevator, but the one dude that was trying to get in basically gets cut in half, and he just turned into a liquid.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. I don't think it works exactly like that. It wouldn't be too far off of it, but like everyone just turns to a mound of red jelly. I will say the falling deaths were pretty realistic.
One
From
of
like
them
falling through that glass floor and hitting the floor
There's a
and like
stock
just
sound
turning
effect
into
when one of them falls, and it sticks out like the Wilhelm scream, and it's
yes.
I don't like it.
Those always make me laugh. I
it
can't
takes
help
me
it.
out when people like when you recognize the sounds.
Oh yeah. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, what a fucking banger name. Sluggalicious.
Like as much as
You are
the
a
Wilhelm
diva.
scream is iconic and can
It's
be
funny, but yeah, if you're
incorporated.
in a serious movie, it's not doing it.
Like there's a
No, don't
Wilhelm
kill my
scream at the
baby
start
girl.
of The Last of Us, and I can't take it seriously.
There is. Dude, I got
Yeah.
a beamer.
When the gas station blows up, I think. When you're running away as well. I'm only half.
You better be wiggling.
guys.
You better be wiggling. You better be wiggling. You better be wiggling, please! Yay! Run away! Go upstairs, go upstairs, go upstairs. There's a flame turret up there. Yay! We did it!
Yippee.
Was it worth it? I don't know. We'll figure out. I think it was worth it. Okay, he's
come back
going
and
after Rice. He's going after Rice.
For every death plays in
If
one
you're good, you got
house.
time. Yeah. Oh, he's okay. He's coming back to pick up Kate. Oh, nope. He's baiting. I think he's just gonna hang around this hook for a bit. Kate needs to wiggle away a little. Go, Kate. Be free. This is bringing Flume to him. Alright, he's picked up. If he drops her again, I don't think he'll reach a hook. Nice. I'm going straight over to Killer Shack. Meow, 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 meow.
If you guys want to heal,
I'm at the exit gate. Rice is running over to the hook. Yeah, he's just gonna sit around the hook. I don't know where you guys are, but I'm in Color Shack.
Just a little Zemo puppy.
In the demo. Oh, there you are.
Go, 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 go,
Oh.
go, go.
Wait, what is he doing?
I don't know.
He's found a ledge to sit on.
Yeah.
He looks so cute up there. He's shooting at things above. It's so cute. Wait, I want a pat. I want a pat. Please don't hurt me. I want a pat. I got really scared. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was dead. I thought he was coming to kill me. Da 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 da. Thank you, Mr. Gino. Alright, let's go.
I was getting a bit scared. I didn't know where the kill was. Okay, I got
Worth
one
it,
ad
worth
real
it, worth it.
quick. I used 2 of my snoozes for that game.
Bladen blast, get edged.
Hot name, that tickle.
That was fun. That was a good game. I thought we were definitely losing it. I remember, I think it was Final Destination. No, the Final Destination is the one that my friend traumatized me with when I was really young. Her parents let her fucking watch any movie she want, and that included all of the Final Destinations, and we couldn't have been near double digits at that age. I think we were like 8,
Yeah.
9? And it was the one at the Speedway.
That's
The Final Destination went at the Speedway, which is 4, I think, which is the one that's titled. It's just titled The Final Destination. I think.
One second.
That one fucking traumatized me. The scene where like a piece of the cement, I'd say, yeah, a piece of the cement drops down and squishes someone. That fucked me up. Oh my god, that fucked me up. I hated that. That and the rebarb like going straight into someone. Oh, that hurt. Hi Quinn, welcome in. My first game is Alien? Holy shit, you did so well. Oh my god, you did so well. Yeah, sorry for blocking you from getting that last hook. I don't want my bestie here to die. I'm being stared at. Be staring at me.
Rebar.
Yeah, the rebar that like stabs someone in the Final Destination movie. Me Vex render? W Vex render. Meow. But yeah, the Final Destination movies are quite hilarious. I'm like, how does the world function if this is the rules? I think everybody's seen the tanning bed scene.
Never having a tan.
I've seen the tanning bed scene so many times. Apparently that actually has happened recently in real life. Some old man got locked in, I think a tanning, not old man, but a man got locked in a tanning bed. And apparently his body was there for like 5 days, I think,
Jesus.
until somebody was complaining of a smell, and then they fucking checked. I'm like, Jesus.
How do you just...
There'd be a lot of people losing their jobs at once. I've never watched the full movie because I just can't sit through that. I don't know. I like horror, I like gore. I think because when I was younger, when I was younger and my friend like teasing me about it and subjecting me to the movie, she's like, we're not watching anything else until you start watching. And then I just started crying and crying and crying, and eventually her parents came in and she turned it off. Because it upset me so much. And she got mad at me for getting her in trouble.
I was not a horror fan. I don't know. I hated it. Traumatized. Especially...
Alright, there's
oh yeah,
hexes.
he has the add-on.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's glitch trap. Fuck my life. Hi Gummy, welcome in. How are you?
So yeah, when he comes through
Is it
door...
hexes?
No, when he comes through door, the pallets will...
Oh, it blocks it. Oh, that's an add-on. That's a crazy add-on.
Yeah.
I'm eating a totem. Oh, okay. Because yeah, nobody got injured there and it blocked. Yeah, we are dressed in bikinis for the VTuber Summer Slam. Because we're fundraising to get games to kids in hospitals. Glitch Trap is more silent. Yeah, and I fucking hate him. But yeah, the movies we'll talk about were the Final Destinations. They're horrifying, truly. But like, I also just have this fascination of like wanting to watch them because they do get a little bit absurd. Like, I love the Saw series, but that doesn't stop me from flinching every single time I see a Saw trap, you know? Like, especially the needle pit. Even though I have seen the behind the scenes of the needle pit, that I know that the tip of each of those needles is bendy and soft, every single time it makes me squeamish. Oh, uh-oh. Maybe we won't go save yet. Oh yeah.
I think out of all the saw traps, I think the one where the lady sticks like her hands in and it's like the razor blades, and like
Yeah, she's fucking
cuts her
stupid.
wrists. She was drugged up, and
Yeah, but like, you could have done it in any way, shape, or form, and you chose that way.
that one like. That's why I don't like razors, okay? Give it a follow.
Holy back shots, Jesus.
I think that's the person in that game. Good luck.
What the hell is going on? I'm gonna have to enter the door.
Is that Carlos?
I don't like the glitch trap. Oh, it's plaything. Oh joy. Oh joy, it's plaything. I definitely don't mind gore now, but I love horror and scares. I also just have a very awful fascination with death and morbid stuff like it, so... Okay, no, I can't. No, please don't hurt me. I'm just a little guy. I'm a little guy who made a mistake.
I get that. True crime, my beloved.
Oh, fuck yeah. I really love Rotten Mango. Her podcasts put me to sleep at night. It's really bad. It's an addiction. Yeah, I can't wait for my partner to go on their trip so I can listen to them out loud again. I want to get one of those, like, the headsets that are just like the headband, because I haven't been able to sleep at night without listening to one, and I can't do that because I don't want to wake my partner. And he also just doesn't like true crime. I don't think he likes Rotten Mango at all. It's just fair. It's not for everyone. I just really love their stuff.
I don't know what that was. It wasn't plaything.
It's, yeah, it might be someone else's plaything.
You can do other people's plaything.
You watch Hannibal the show? I watched most of it. I haven't finished it yet. I really need to. Maybe I'll watch some of it this weekend. I'll break that one before it lights up. I haven't found my totem yet.
The Hannibal show?
Oh, no. Carlos! Carlos!
I haven't seen it yet, but it looks really good.
Baby, no! Don't you hurt me. Oh,
I gotta finish watching the
Pookie, no!
Because I watched Silence of the Lambs and the one after that one. I think it's called. Is it just called Hannibal? But it has.
Yeah. So the TV show Hannibal is completely different to
Yes.
the movies. They have no correlation at all. It's just Mads Mikkelsen being really fucking hot. FNAF kid, welcome.
Anytime I watch like
Uh-oh.
a series, I have to watch it
Ow.
from like all of the things related.
No, please don't grab me. Please don't grab me.
Like I don't care if like there's like it's like a reimagining or like a completely different story. I gotta watch like the other ones first.
I've watched all the Silence of the Lambs. It's one of my favorite films ever.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh, I fucking dragged too hard there.
Real close. Oh! No! My LZ!
Oh, sorry. I don't want him to, you know, snatch me. He's scary.
You wanna go? You don't wanna be.
Never watched any. Oh, he's got Pentimento plaything.
Chat.
I fucking hate this.
We do a Silence of the Lambs movie watch night. What movie night?
Yeah, the whole series is really good. I really love it. Especially like where he explains the pigs and stuff.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And that's in the TV show. Like the TV show has a lot of nods towards the movies, like a lot, but it's mostly just Mads Mikkelsen's being really fucking gay, like really gay. Like horrifically gay. And he leans into the fandom a lot as well. Actually, let me do that. He leads into the fandom, like shipping the two characters so fucking hard. It's really cute. Did I just hear one relight? Okay. Like there's a fucking scene where Mads Mikkelsen is trying to help deal with a bullet wound on, I can't even remember what the other guy's name is, to be honest, because it's Mads Mikkelsen. And he like pulls his jumper down, but it restrains his arms, and that was entirely intentional to be like erotic, I guess is the word. Yeah, it fucking worked, man. It fucking worked.
At least you can see his weapon go through the door first.
Do you see his eyeballs?
And his eyeballs, yeah. But everything else
eyeballs.
is invisible.
Thanks to the fellow.
There's a hex here.
Yeah, it's plaything Penty. I hate it here.
Yeah,
Through the bad play with me, have heaps of fun laters. All good, you're all good. Do not worry. I understand bad pig.
What?
I hope you have good next games. Such a good actor, I love him. He works so fucking well for Hannibal. It's insane. He's so perfect for the role. Oh man, I still have plaything up. I have no clue where my totem is. Honestly, I might just keep it. Oh, this one's already been done up here. Can't wait to get jumped by Glitch Trap.
Maybe I should
Silently.
read the books.
The books?
Yes. I gotta read more books.
Yeah. I don't have time to read books. My friend gave me that, erotic book that, like, every woman likes. I forgot the name of it. Don't even ask, but... No, I haven't even opened it yet. I've just been that fucking busy. I don't want no fucking part in this. Fuck off. No thanks. He freaks me out.
Spice Book 7 laying on the shelf? Oh my gosh. I don't think I could read, like, smut text. Like, I've never been a fan of fan fiction.
Damn.
Like, I don't
Damn.
think.
My
Don't think my imagination is that good.
addiction started with Wattpad. Is it a blue one with a skull? No, it's a red one with a dragon. Red, yellow. Red cover, yellow font. Yeah, I started on Wattpad, and embarrassingly, it was Adventure Time smut.
Oh my god, the LZ.
What?
LZ.
That's where the issues begin.
What?
I'm not ashamed of it. I don't give a fuck.
Holy shit! That was crazy! What a throw!
Was it bubbling? No, it was worse. It was the gender bent versions. It was gay.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I was reading yaoi at a young age.
That's so weird.
It's like the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Just switched them. This is diabolically.
Yeah, you definitely
close.
seem like the kind of person to be a boy love.
Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Diabolical boy love is my favorite. I hate you. I want you to know that, Rice.
Right, so I'm kind of dying here.
I subdued him, I think. It worked. Did not expect that to work.
Wait, no, Race, come back, please. Oh my god, you did the thing again.
Jump scare the jump scarer, you know?
I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. Not again. Oh, hi.
And Breasty, he's up on the tractor. Get his ass. Why is it so wet? Why is that knife so wet? Did Rice pee on it?
What?
Huck to pee on that.
No.
It's getting late, I'm sorry.
Oh
I don't even know where any other gens are.
When
Yo,
I,
you got the Slugalicious too.
when I saw the TikTok Huck Pua shit on that thing.
I hate that.
A
I
wheeze
hate-
laughed like 5 minutes straight. Oh,
Whoa.
Huck Pua shit on that thing.
It was me after drinking pilk.
Yeah.
What do you mean we're still hexed? How is there more hexes?
What?
Does it end?
Delicious thing with a follow. Get the pain. We can really dynamite. What?
He's in the house.
No, Rice.
Meow meow. Go Rice, go be free, live your best life.
God, there's no delay. There's no
Put it down.
Hey! Leave my company.
Fuck, I almost got him, holy shit. That was almost a diabolical spin.
Hi.
Oh, I'm still fucking hexed with plaything. What?
Go.
Oh no, I killed my hex. What do you mean I've got plaything?
I love him so much.
Yes. He's horrifying, but I love him because he's horrifying.
I wish we need a Vanny Legion skin, please. Vanny Legion skin, please. Please. I know we already have Robbie like, so we already have like a rabbit skin for Legion with Robbie, but I want another. I want Vanny. Please. Please.
Oh, did he already light it? The shuffling sound.
Straight.
You can hear him glitching. Wait, you can hear him glitching.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, it's his knife, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it's his knife glitching. You can hear his breathing, and you can hear his knife, and you can hear him shuffling inside the suit. I didn't know that. Obviously, you can't really tell when there's so much audio going on, but what
Technically, he's not a suit.
do you mean he's not a suit?
He's a virus.
I mean, that's just him?
He's literally just a glitch, like a virus. Yeah.
He just looks like that?
Yeah, he just look like that.
Like, permanently?
Yep. That's
You
his
could
one
have
and only
picked
form.
any form, and you picked... Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that, I'm sorry. I did not know that. Okay. I don't know where my totem is, but I want it. Or a totem is, because I'm being hexed. Ugh, rude. But I don't know where or what. Obviously, plaything is up, because I don't hear him when I'm nearby unless he's chasing me. Where is it? You should have lit up already, right? I'm not that far away from it.
Can I get my longest chase maximum?
Ah, there it
me-
is.
me with
Hidden
score
in a
140.
corner. No, fuck off. Not my high score.
Oh, this is slow. Yeah. Round and around. Yeah, this one. Yeah, you nearly got debated.
Every Tuesday. During anniversary, it does? I did not know that.
And make it be this loop here. I get stuck on the corner. Oops. Switch to this one. Go back here.
I don't see him.
You don't see me? We're just gonna. This is called the peer pressure tag.
The B-Tech.
In fact, in 24 hours. What are you interacting
Apparently I
with?
cannot
Are you on camera?
Here we go, yeah.
Hi.
This is bullshit, this farming.
Around and 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 around. Big drop! And around and around and around. Ah! Around and around and around. Here we go. Find the pickup truck. Let's go pick up tech.
I need a padded cell after this. It's like he's just letting you eat your zoomies out. Oh, do you want a beamer? You want a beamer?
Oh. Okay.
It's a
Where's
little,
the
he's a
doors?
little too into it. I 99 that one if you want to do the other one. Oh, come with me.
Okay.
Come with me, little rabbit.
When is the event? 24 hours from now. So tomorrow. Hi, Tycho. How you doing?
I found my totem now.
Egg in me. This killer seems nice. Yeah.
This killer's very cool. Very chill. I don't like when he looks at me like that, though. Yippee!
What event is it?
Where do you
It's
go? Are you doing the other gate?
Twisted Masquerade. It's the last Twisted Masquerade. Yep. I'll come to you. You wasn't nice to me. You gotta be the bikini girls.
Come get me. You didn't get me!
Where are you? Where'd you go?
He didn't get me, he didn't grab me. Hi, cutie!
Oh. I found your flashlight.
Got my beamer. My beamer! Where's my beamer? I went to the wrong door.
It's in number 6 door.
Here you go. For you! It wasn't nice to me, no. But just because you smell funny. Wait, I gotta skedaddle, I got ads to play. So cute.
You missed the cake.
Oh, no it? No it. No
Show
way.
it off.
Wait, how does that work? Wait, what? Plaything, Pentimento,
Had
crowd control, no ed. Isn't that too many? No, one too many hexes or am I crazy?
I feel like you wouldn't get
Mila! Hi, Mila!
Hi, Mila. We can show off the cake. I did have to remove
The
one
cake.
of my things.
Was it me?
No.
It was me, wasn't
No,
it?
it wasn't. Rice gave
What'd
me
you
some
remove?
important information about one of the characters, so I had to remove it.
Wait, what? Which character?
It was the forest one.
Oh, I feel like I already know, yeah.
I was unaware.
Yeah,
I
no, that's fair.
Was not a Noah. My bad.
It's not like you look at that and know that.
I think they have boobs. Like
Boobs.
they have boobs.
Fully formed boobs.
Yeah.
Spedicilla, welcome! GG's! You were so cute. I do not like Glitch Trap, but you were very cute. I also got to hear the audio that Glitch Trap has when like the Terriatus isn't playing, and that was kind of cool.
Wonder what the lore is. Let's not. Here's the hit me out cake. The right ones that aren't on sticks are Halsies. The ones that have the blue text and the sticks are mine.
Embarrassing.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Heard your name for being okay. There was an accident. I didn't know it was that. And maybe OBS settings. Yeah. I'll find I might have to do it on the weekend though, cause tomorrow I'm gonna be hella busy. And then the day after I'm gonna be hanging out with my family. So I will try and get back to you hopefully by the weekend. Feel free to message me. I'm pretty sure you've added me on Discord. I do not mind. It's like the same thing. Yeah, I'm a little oblivious. We get it. I'm
So
dumb.
fire. Yeah.
Yeah, can you tell what our type is? B is a fucking freak, and I like them
Hey.
big and hairy.
Hey.
Anyway,
Pardon me. Oh my gosh.
sorry, it's the pilk. Need to shave, but I'm lazy. What are you shaving, your legs?
You gassy. Everybody thought I was weird for liking Jollibee.
Yeah, the Jollibee was freaky.
Hey.
The Jollibee was the freakiest of them all. My beard, don't you shave that thing. You keep that thing.
What the heck?
Keep the beard.
I don't get Jollibee. That's hey.
Yeah, Jollibee was an extreme for me too.
You gotta. The Burger King? No. He's just like a conventionally attractive guy.
Burger
with a
King?
beard.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
But like, Jollibee's
Shut the
a bee.
fuck up.
He's a bee
You
in a
get
tuxedo.
one warning. Lay
Hey.
off the Burger King.
The Burger King feels like he's gonna say something, okay? And if you get that reference, then
You're trying to fuck a bee.
he's a red bee. Bee.
He's
oh
a
my
hell
God.
bee?
He's a hell bee.
So
yeah.
dumb.
My God, bee. Yeah, I think Mila got my reference.
Not that one over my head, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let's. Okay. All right.
I'm
Moving
dumb.
on, please.
Can you tell me, Mila? What did bee mean, Mila?
Oh my God. Okay. There was this video of this guy, and he was wearing a Burger King crown.
Cream?
And he said some very
Unsavory things.
He said some unnice stuff.
And nice stuff.
Specifically,
Burger King
a
crown?
slur. Specifically, a slur.
What does it start with?
What do you think?
I have no clue. I have never seen this.
He was white, so take that as a,
Oh,
yeah,
was he saying the one that's not allowed for white people?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that one.
I've never seen that. I don't know how I've never seen that. Burger King foot lettuce.
But anytime you see like, anytime like you see.
I can't play that.
No,
Oh, but I
it's-
see it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Yep. I can't play it because if I play it, it'll go through my Discord audio, which is being used by B right
Oh
now.
my God. Why? Wait, why? Wait, why?
What?
How do you have? Oh, do you have like your
It just
whole
plays
ass?
all Discord audio.
Oh, girly, no.
I have it set to just our chat, but for some reason it plays all audio, so.
Yeah, I have my like
It's
voice
just-
app. Oh, can we? I don't want to do this.
Ew, no!
Oh no.
It's okay,
I think
him.
Victor needs a go-kart. I think he needs to play some games.
Victor needs the hospital.
Yeah. Hi there. I forget your name. Charlotte.
Bah.
What are you doing, Charlotte?
I don't get why so many people call Victor a baby. He's as old as Charlotte is.
Yeah, isn't he a twin?
Yeah, they're twins!
Wasn't the original thing that it was her baby?
Probably.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I should have kicked him. I didn't kick him.
It's okay.
I'm gonna go kick him. I see him and I want to kick him.
We'll go back
Kick!
to it, but Alien Queen was the realest shit ever. Oh my God.
Yeah, they called me basic for that.
I was gonna do that,
That and
but
the Predator.
it was pretty basic.
That was for both of us. Okay, that was for both of us.
That's why I didn't
You wanna-
include any like actual like just pop culture characters from like really popular horror movies.
Yeah, I included a handful.
Because I could have put like Tiffany on there, and that's not really a hear me out. I mean, she's a doll.
Hmm. Yeah, but she's the better doll. If you put Chucky, I would have shamed you, but... Nah, Tiffany I get.
You did
Is-
fun of me.
Is Vicky... Yep, okay.
You stand on me. I don't like twins.
Don't think... I haven't versed with twins in forever.
a bush? Oh my god. I'm a bush. I'm a bush. If I'm not a bush, I'm not nothing. Period.
Goodbye. Shack's down.
Okay.
Victor's dead. Are you allergic to kicking pallets? What's going on? There we go.
Your
There's a
emote
pallet
was
kick.
the first result, but a hunter's lullaby.
Meow, 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 meow.
I was gonna do your emote, but I was like, I had a certain image in my mind that was pretty weird. I don't know if that makes any sense. Oh my god. My brain's all over the place.
What do you mean?
Oh my god.
My crash! I got robbed!
Oh.
It started the animation! Dude, I got robbed!
That was hilarious.
I deserve that! What the hell? That was fucked up.
Well, there goes the hunter's lullaby, my bad. Oh,
Man, that was so fucked up. Oh god. Lara, you're pinging.
Everybody's pinging.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
hi.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Fuck's sake. Oh, Yaki's on me.
Shout out to Hook.
You must have seen Lara.
Just streak of getting 7 TV emotes right. It's okay.
They keep switching between
Explode,
Victor and
isn't it?
Charlotte.
It's lowercase b and then lowercase e for the explode. I think. That's how I have all my emotes. It's always lowercase BEA, then uppercase whatever the second prefix is.
Damn, Lara, get him. Bugger.
Oh my gosh.
Well, they
Barb.
picked me up there.
BEA, uppercase E. Duped myself. Incoming life Steve.
Nice, good save. I feel like we got the fucking smallest map ever for this.
Oh,
Bruh.
I'm trying. I'm so sorry.
Diabolical.
I think like a split second later that'll be double.
Oh, I'm dead now. Hey, Bisty, thank you.
Delay, it's okay.
I have no clue where she just parked him. What? Where? What the fuck? Oh my god. From downtown!
If you have the 7 TV, what are you using? Oh, you're probably on mobile. That makes sense. On the tablet, yeah. Makes sense. You should get like an app that has like, the 7 TV emotes on it. I use Dank Chat. It might be a little bit limited on. Oh,
Never heard of that. God, this is so boring.
it's good Dank Chat. But it's kind of like Chatterino, where it's chat focused first. So like the stream function's a little bit scuffed. But you can watch stream. But I'm not sure how this stuff works. There's plenty of options though.
Yoink.
No.
I feel like when I play twins, my Victor hits nothing, but when someone else plays twins, like I've dodged him, but he still hits me anyway. Every time. Incoming. Okay, sure.
Thank you. Love this game, love this. Love it.
Bum, 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 bum. Bigger swings!
Good day,
Ah, yeah! Well, I'm dead. Freedom.
No! My LSP. Some reviews
My
said
build's useless
ads
next
are
to-
always present in Windows. Sure. I've never got an ad on Game Chat. We place down a map marker.
Goodbye.
Bye, Dad. Oh, so you're gonna tell me if I'm talking too much?
You're not. Keep going.
I don't mean to ever talk over you.
Hi, Beast. How are you? No, you're fine. I'm just listening along.
And it's kind of hard because Discord has a delay.
Yep.
Definitely can't do it now. Hi, Beast. No, leave me alone, Victor, please.
Did you see what Rice put in the NSFW chat?
The car thing, yes.
Car thing.
I'll never see Cruz differently ever again.
I hope that death is visiting you soon, Rice. And I hope that they are swift in what they do.
No. Double check! I got stuck.
Your birthday? Happy birth!
Happy
Hope you had a
birthday.
good day.
Were you the one that sang happy birthday on stream?
You want me to do it again?
No! It's such a pet
I'll do it.
peeve. It's such a pet peeve. I don't like it.
Embarrassing my girlfriend is the favorite part of having a girlfriend.
Gosh.
Rice played one note and he appeared. That's funny. Yeah, no, I hate when I'm sung happy birthday out in public, but in private, I don't care. I think it's cute.
Oh, Carp, I'm so sorry I didn't see your message. I'll read it in 1 moment so you can use it. sleepy pie. We should get some sleep soon.
I was just about to say, Rice is gonna yell.
Yeah.
You do not dramaturgy and sneak, it doesn't work. Man, I'm very EP, but I want to make the 6-hour mark.
We don't have to.
But I'm gonna. There's gonna be a whole bunch of people streaming the VTuber Summer Slam now.
Yeah, because it
I'm very
started
excited to
yesterday,
raid
I
some
think?
people. Oh, I thought it started last night.
But yeah.
Either way, there'll be a whole bunch of people doing it, and we can raid someone else that's doing it. I'm going to eat snack. So you're either gonna hear me crunching or I'm gonna mute. I don't know yet.
That's fine.
Yum, yum. Where the hell did he go? Little shit got launched. Oh, how did that miss? Oh, I
my god.
felt like robbery.
Oh my lord, okay. Finally. That's pretty long.
Yeah, that was probably the worst map to get for versing her.
Master a new killer dog? That, oh my god, Rice.
So glad I'm no longer drinking pilk.
Do you want milk?
Mm-mm. No.
She
Is
doesn't
that
want
beer
milk.
pilk? I don't like versing twins. Same with the knight. It's hard enough to loot one person.
Where's that emote? We come too far to give up who we are. Crimson Vampire Daddy? What a name. Think of the fellow.
That's me!
Hey!
I'm the Crimson Vampire Daddy.
Oh, yeah, you are.
No, not Red Bilk.
Red Dog? Oh my god. What's the one where you unhook and it gives you heal speed?
We'll make it.
Oh, we'll make it. We will make it. Well, make it. Oh my god. I don't think I have We Will Make It. Who's that?
You have to add the apostrophe.
Yeah,
I
no, I
think-
don't have it. It is a... What? Who's... What the heck? Make it. I just don't have it. Is it a Stranger Things pack?
Oh, well, couldn't tell you.
Master, thank you for the follow.
Ah.
What's Bilk? What do you think it is? Oh, is it generic pack? That could.
Mm.
Fuck. Spring tap. Oh, we're all here. Hi.
Rice is brave as fuck.
Right, so you're gonna get grabbed
Let's
out.
go
right?
trap.
Yeah, he was at that door.
Bee milk?
Yeah, it's bee milk.
Bee milk.
And Halsey said she didn't want bee milk, so.
Get a like, Benny. Please don't hurt me, sir.
Hi, Benny. Thank you for the lurk. Benny showed off their, like, a different, like, design reference sheet after we
New
rated
model, new model, new model.
Oh my god, I'm, like,
The rock Benny.
jealous.
Rocker Benny.
Yeah, it's so
I'm so
punk-
excited for it.
It's like,
It's so up my alley. I adore it.
if I was to redo my design, it would have been something exactly like that.
Yes.
kinda-
Become a rocker with me, and we'll start a band.
Yes, I wanted to make my, like, really punky and alternative. And I probably will do that when I get my own design reference. So I'll probably
Yes. Give me a model. I'll make them an outfit. It'll suck, but it'll give you an idea.
Everybody can just stand in front of me and open their mouths. I'll show you guys in bee milk.
Diabolical.
Kitty models, thank you. We had the models for VTuber Summer
Meow.
Slam, even though it is winter for us.
Yeah, it's the middle of the
Season
fucking
and
cold for
podcast
us.
off.
Well, my PC is very warm right now.
So you're getting skinned if you hop into a door before he gets you. Right?
Did not know that.
Skinned?
The animations don't just. I will just go down there.
Skinned.
I'm getting grabbed.
Oh. What a weird way to put it.
Bugger. Fucked up by a moonwalk.
If you go into a door, it's just like, if he follows you through, it's an automatic grab. Is it just a normal? Oh, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's the same. It's the same one as earlier. Did the one earlier have a ghost faced figurine?
I'm not sure.
This feels familiar.
If that was the case, maybe they'd be running a whole X build. Do the roar. Do the roar.
Anyway,
Where are you? I hear you.
don't worry about me. I've got Gift of Pain, so if I let go, it'll reduce the healing.
Okay.
I might as well just healsy it.
Okay. We'll do this one last.
Ta-da! Now I have a beamer.
Yippee. Maybe I should start running drama. My GPU. I'm sorry, Cub. Do you have any like case fans? There isn't really a point because you said your PC might be coming tomorrow.
New PC?
Yeah. Everybody getting
Oh,
a new
yeah.
PC. I'm very happy.
I think I'd have to refinance if I wanted a new PC.
Now we just need Anxious and Miranda.
Mm-hmm.
PC really soon.
Incoming. I got ignored.
My god. Please don't throw your thing at me. Throw it back.
Throw it back. Throw it back.
Don't forget to shake it.
Shake it clean.
Aha, tink. Down
Oh,
here. I did
ooh,
not
shake
expect
it,
that to
that
be the
thing.
drop. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a pallet here.
There. It's hard to know where he's going because of his head not turning.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I don't want to be here, dude.
Any Springtrap players, did they fix the
Oh,
incorrect
nice.
skins in the doors?
Man, what the fuck was that?
So Cap, can you please use that ad real quick if you can? It's okay if not.
I will get this fucking blind.
Huh? Well, I'll do it, it's okay. I snoozed it.
Oh, I'm getting WS here.
It's okay.
Interesting. I just got humped by a glitch trap.
Oh, Callie. No. Please. Please no. We get to the next loop. You're there. You're there. There's no power here.
Gift of Pain so
Ah,
stinky.
here. Okay. He left me.
He left you?
Yeah.
I have a feeling.
You probably go for
He wants me.
these.
He wants me.
Yeah.
Yep. He's completely ignoring the ace. I don't think he liked the beamer. Oh, fuck. Hey, Ace-a-Roni.
Where are you guys?
Appreciate it though, Ace. Yeah, Rabbit got a bit pissed at me for flashlighting him, I think.
Yes, a little bit.
He, a wee bit big mad.
My hell's
I have ascended.
Ah!
Oh my god, the name is I Love Freddy. This Ace is fist fighting that locker. For Forgot to redeem this. Yes, yes. Get your doubloons. Get your doubloons.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Where are we going?
They've got that other door being done. Sorry. Oh, didn't feel cute.
Is it done?
Yep.
Oh my god, Rose.
Sorry. Nice, good job.
Just didn't want to go around it too many times. 'Cause my endurance.
Yeah, it's 99. Ace was chilling there.
You the fellow. Bless you, wasn't me, but.
Thank you for the bless. Oh my god, nice. Oh, he had a fucking Mari and he didn't use it. Friends, Agi, Gift of Pain, Phantom Fear. Oh, that hurt my chest.
I think I was.
Oh, they didn't have to. It wasn't their fault. He was trying to take a hit for me, but I was pathing really funny.
You did the Shiva Menda? Rice! Oh no.
Meow. Damn, I'm 2 followers away from 3.3k.
Go fellow Halsey!
Fuck. Don't unfollow me, please. I got way too many people unfollowing me.
Don't worry, guys, I get it. I've been in the 360 range on Twitter for like 2 months.
Yeah, I remember getting soft locked in the 100 area. When the ball starts rolling, it's very nice. Pulling and blocking on all accounts. You know what? Understandable. Have a nice day. You won't be missed.
Oh my god. Sure go. Oh, their profile is Junji themed. Let's go. I think that's Junji.
Very pretty. Wish I had a nice profile. Very basic profile.
Your profile's
Right.
nice. I don't want to.
It's okay. I mean, it's red and black theme, but it's not anything like the really aesthetic ones. I've been meaning to like watch a YouTube video on how to make it look really good.
Yeah.
I want one of those like really nice profiles based on my model, but like where they integrate the artwork and stuff. Dude, the sneezes took the wind out of me. I don't think I have an inhaler up here.
You peg
Comments have
Halsey?
No, stop pegging me.
I'm gonna peg
Yeah, they
Halsey
keep pegging
right
me.
now.
No. You're joking me. Stop joking me.
Where's the peg? Oh my god.
No, no peg. No peg. Oh, not this map. Oh, yeah, still no, not this map. You're a little too proud of that, Rice.
Network error.
Hmm?
You saved from pegged. You saved from being
Ow.
pegged.
Nice.
It's a Springcap.
Jesus Christ, it's really a fast axe. It's This guy's axe recovery is really fast. Didn't even get a chance to drop a pallet.
Ants are retreating. Here you go.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh, fuck's sake, leave me alone!
That one went.
Just
in
a little
between my
guy.
toes. Oof.
Can I be in between your toes?
Yeah, I'll spread them equal for you.
Bruh. Oh, he's just teasing us, I guess.
And then I curl my middle toes, and I look like my foot will look like the sloth.
No, don't interlock our toes, I'm begging you.
Feet Yuri.
No!
You just poop out a flashlight.
No, I pooped out a toolbox.
No, no,
Another toolbox.
no, that was my toolbox. Oh wait. Oh. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh wait.
Am I being straight up robbed here?
There we go. There we go.
You can have the flashbang. Do you want the flashbang?
Yeah.
Cool. And you can keep the toolbox.
I had to like drop everything. It's-
Yeah, I know. Damn, I emptied my purse. Please respond. That's what I thought. Why would a man be there? That's my spot. You know what, that's fair. I stole his spot, so that is fair. The girlfriends belong here. Get out of the way. So what, anniversary events tomorrow? God, I need to brush my hair. I'm excited for the anniversary. I want a P100 in my belly.
It's fine.
Missed.
Stick it.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no,
you
I
went on
didn't.
the jam. You went on the jam with me.
No, I wasn't. And I think he has edgy. And then I realized I could save, but he has fucking Phantom Fear, and Phantom Fear keeps cucking me.
It's okay. 20 hours day nights. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Uh-oh. I took my hand off the keyboard to scratch my head.
So we might only be able to get in a few games of anniversary.
Oh yeah, yeah.
20 inches.
Holy shit.
Holy crap.
Yeah, what's the highest yours can go? 20?
I think I
Bree.
might have done 100.
What?
I have no clue.
That's absurd.
Nah, it's 20. I'll do 100 then.
Well... 5 went soft, 6 went hard. Yeah. What the? When did that become a thing? Wait, what is that?
What is it?
I have a U emote. It's me pointing.
Oh yeah.
I still can't get over the image of me in agony and you covering your mouth. Like, stop. That is literally us eating the beans.
What the heck?
That was so funny. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Damn.
What the-
I don't know what just happened there.
Hi.
think about that for a second. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh no.
Okay.
I
Well?
Cucked ourselves a bit.
No, you're fine. I just don't know why you stood there instead for a little bit. I'm sure you're having the same thought as I am. My tummy hurt. I'm full of shit. You came flying in. I was like, wait, plaything maybe? That's so good. That was LG anyway. I have a tummy ache and I'm very, very tired and I gotta get up early so I can say goodbye to my lovely partner.
It's okay. Ow. LG.
Ooh,
Let me, I should have pressed these.
I see he's playing DPD. Zalzal's doing VTuber SummerSlam stuff.
Are they really? That's cool.
Mm-hmm. I have no clue what team they're on. They've been live for almost 7 hours. Holy shit! Intense. We could go raid them if you wanted to.
Sure.
The EP is consuming me. I want to sleep.
That's okay.
Alrighty, I'm going to start the raid. Zalzarr. Because yeah, my tummy's about to implode.
That's okay.
Alrighty, are you ready to do the raid? Or are you gonna stay on for a bit?
No, I'm coming with you.
You know how to spell it?
Uh,
Oh, my tummy.
I'm trying to. Oh Lord, everything is. Why don't I just
All
do
good,
it in
all good.
here? I have it. I have the chat open in OBS. What am I doing? Okay.
Don't ask me, man.
What
I don't know.
What's it? What is it? How's it spelled?
Zalzarr.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm
Zalza.
not logged in on OBS. God.
How the fuck do you manage that?
I use my. Oh wait, no, I don't use my stream key.
How do you manage that? I thought you needed to be logged in to use OBS. Thank you, Cap. Thank you.
Is it?
I'm about to
rating?
explode.
Is it rating?
Oh,
Everything's
I'm gonna
loading.
start. Well, I've started my raid.
It's not.
Hopefully we'll see you
showing
there.
Raids there on.
Alrighty, thank you for hanging out with
Oh
me.
yeah, it is.
I'm about to explode. Thank you for getting us to $500. Holy shit,
Yes,
that was
thank you,
insane.
chat.
For anyone that hasn't redeemed their stuff yet, feel free to join the Discord and I'll organize it with you. Discord links there. Raid messages are there. I'm lagging like a motherfucker.
You're fine.
Thank you so much for all the support tonight and hanging out, and I love you all, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow for the last night of at least my version of the VTuber SummerSlam.
No,
Since
not
I have
the
a busy
meows,
weekend
not the
coming.
meows. Oh gosh.
Alrighty, I love you all. I'm literally gonna explode in a minute. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, thank you so much for all of the fundraising and the meowing. Oh, I'm lagging so bad.
Yeah.
Everything's like 3 frames per second.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining, B. I love you, B.
That's okay. I love you too. Good night,
I
chat.
don't know.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, I love you. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Hopefully. I don't know. Mwah! Goodbye.